Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown, I quit.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense. But it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling has always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
My security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah!
Yeah.
Hey, you ready to come say hi to Tony?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Not now. Why?
It's a commercial.
Okay.
Get a Life is brought to you by Foot Locker, America's most complete athletic footwear store, where it all begins.
In trying to make an artistic statement, one should be careful not to let one's personal aroma do the talking. In order not to offend the critics, I recommend Right Guard Sports Stick. It provides maximum protection and the freshest scents, a sublime palette of odoriferous emanations. After all, A true artiste should be remembered for his inspiration, not his perspiration. Right guard sports stick. Anything less would be uncivilized.
Yo, Hulkamaniacs, it's me, Hulk Hogan. Check out my new look. Brother, I was at Arby's scarfing down a chicken cordon bleu. That natural chicken tastes righteous. That's because it's not all pumped up with phosphates and fillers, which gave the Hulkster an idea. Maybe I don't need to be pumped up either. Who needs to be doing bench presses and deadlifts all day?
Now all of Arby's chicken is made with 100% all-natural, all-delicious chicken. Try our chicken cordon bleu with ham and melted Swiss. It'll have you saying,
I'm thinking Arby's, brother.
The human experience is filled with suffering. So it's like, oh man, I'm sorry that you have to go through that
sorry
too.
You're suffering.
So if like
the next time you pass a
if
Louis,
a Louis Vuitton
bag
bag somehow makes its way into the equation, like, hey, that's cool, okay? You know what I mean?
want you to pass someone with a Louis bag and just go, sorry for your suffering.
I have talked way too much about the Louis Vuitton bag now.
Yeah.
Like even like, not to get political, but like Donald Trump, right? Like
loves
whatever.
Louis Vuitton.
Yeah, I imagine that would be great.
Yeah, I'm a big Louis collector.
You know,
I'm the
obviously,
biggest one on earth.
There's times if I just look at him as just a human, like, damn, man, it's got to be tough.
Yeah.
To be that guy.
Yeah.
Carry that all the time.
Oh, that weight? Yeah.
Yeah, but like that might be a bad example. Oh, and again, I don't want to go down the wrong path here with all this
fine.
stuff.
It doesn't matter.
I'm saying if you just look at people as human beings and nothing else, like,
what a nightmare.
Tough go, man. You know? That's all.
It's true.
That's it.
Look at everyone like a human instead of the thing that you think they are.
Number 40 on the call sheet. Sorry. Who's number 1 on the call sheet?
That's where we're at.
40 on the call sheet. New one?
Curious. Go for it. It's pretty light, actually.
What a drink.
Yeah.
Oh, man. What were we talking about?
I don't know. Next time, make 2 at a time. Snap Basket was really funny how you would have that out and you'd kind of guilt people into eating junk food.
I love it.
And not touch it yourself.
I'm going to answer this differently. I really get a satisfaction off of watching people eat food that I can't eat. Like Swedish fish. All the endorphins are going.
Bartender.
I do need one more. Thank you so much.
My cubano, hermano.
Yeah.
Ooh, what's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of Wednesday Night PWT Live Show. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. Yeah. And we're here. We made it. It's another week, another Wednesday. You know what that means. PWT coming to you live from time and space in the intranets. Here to throw down and talk about some pro wrestling. With you ghouls and germs, you germs and gals, you guys and ghouls, whatever you want to call it. It's the Halloween season. Hope you guys are all doing well. As everyone files in, make sure you hit that like button. Let's try and run them up to 100. It helps the algorithm and all that good stuff. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleClips. We are like at 7,200, Brian. 7,200 subs. We're like 4 away from that or some shit, 5 away. Some of you hate watchers, hit that subscribe. I know you love it. Man, we got a lot to get to. We had a jam-packed Members Monday show. Memberships are 99 cents. You can gift a membership as well if you want to support PWT. Members and Patreons, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. You all get access to the Member Monday shows, which are muy bien. And we talked about the Sarah Stock situation, like the argument she had with Amanda Huber and all of that on the Member Monday show. So if you guys want to hear that, make sure you tune in there. But there is updates and there's follow-up, as of course there always is. So we're going to talk about that. Sarah Stock really unleashed on the IWC here and continues to the last few days. Jey Uso winning the Rumble, also on the member show, or the Battle Royal, pardon me, also on the member show. We watched Raw, and we typically do watch Raw together. And we watched that heavyweight number 1 contender, number 2 contender to challenge Punk or whatever, Battle Royal. And Jey Uso won it. The IWC's mad. The internet fan base of pro wrestling fans, the internet subsection of that is incredibly mad, and it's the most disliked video of 2025. So we're going to talk about that. AEW is doomed with the WBD sales, so we've been just covering this. I put out a tweet and I said AEW is fucked, and everybody melted down on your boy Phil. Okay, everybody melted down. I don't get it. I don't get why everyone's so angry. And again, if I were to say when TNA got sent to like Destination America, if I said TNA's fucked, everyone would be like, yeah, they are. And it's like, why is it wrong to say, like, why is it such a cult of a fan base, dude? It's what makes people just like want to escape it. Honestly, it's crazy, dude. It's like the Westboro Baptist Church and shit over there. But no, dude, we go to bat for AEW. We try our best to have it turn around. You know, it's got to rise. It's falling. It needs to fall all the way, and then it will rise from the ashes like a phoenix, like TNA did. But yeah, they could be doomed with the pending WBD sale, although there's updates on that I don't know if many other people saw. So I can't wait to, well, I'm sure everybody saw. I just like to talk shit. What can I say? So, ladies and gentlemen, hit like, hit subscribe, become a member. You can super chat in if you support what I do. And this is my other channel on screen here. You guys are probably wondering, like, what the fuck are we looking at? And I should probably get an updated picture because there's more videos and subs than this. It's not so dated with Superman shit. But yeah, guys, youtube.com/@PhilMarksOut is my other channel where I talk about pop culture and shit like that. You know, I make top 10 lists and do a bunch of other stuff. So, let's get into, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot to get to, and I want to get to AEW news. And so, everybody, let's get Bad News Barrett in here because it is time.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
For miscellaneous news and just sort of a light news warm-up little, you know, as we do here at PWT Live Show. So MLW announced that the enforcer, Arn Anderson, will make a special appearance at MLW Don Gato Tequila Live special on Thursday, November 20 at the Charleston Music Hall in Charleston, South Carolina. This event will be presented live on YouTube and Be In Sports. Anderson will also hold a limited pre-show meet and greet from 6 to 6:30 p.m. Tickets for the meet and greet can be pre-ordered at MLWVIP.com. So now I'm just plugging their shit. And the event tickets start at $15 and are available. I don't get paid for this. So MLWGo.com. There you go. Thanks for the news, right? Thanks for the content. Where's your fucking content? Arn Anderson is going to MLW, and I think he's working with WWE in some capacity, or they have him under a Legends or a Nostalgia, or he's just there when Cody Rhodes needs him. I don't really fucking know, but good for Arn Anderson. This is a big deal. He's still, I don't know, it's a big deal for MLW. Has he ever appeared for MLW before? Like maybe to manage his kid. I think his kids appeared there, but I don't know. Good for them. It's making news. I don't know if they're paying people to get that out there or what, but Braun Strowman had this to say about WWE. He said recently he spoke about his 2025 departure from WWE during an appearance on TMZ Inside the Ring. He discussed the creative constraints of his monster persona, stating that he wished the company had allowed him to be his authentic self. And he says, "This is the first time in my life I've had a major platform where I get to be Adam Scherr, the man behind the monster, you know? And that's what's so special to me. If WWE would have ever just let me be me, you know, I would have ruled the world. I did my best. I could with what they gave me every week, you know? I like to think I changed what it meant to be a big man in the wrestling business, you know? And now here I am with another opportunity to get these hands, you know? No, opportunity in life to go out here and prove naysayers wrong. The new opportunity is his television show." Oh, sorry, that's what they're saying. Everything on the menu with Braun Strowman. So we've covered that. We watched the trailer. It premieres this Friday, 10 Eastern on the USA Network following SmackDown. I mean, it's a food show. It might be like, oh, SmackDown's over. I mean, I watch it on Netflix, so yeah, this won't be. Maybe you guys are at home like, oh, SmackDown's over. Here's just like a brainless food show we can put on, and it's Friday night. Let's order some food and watch this bullshit and SmackDown and sit at maybe that. I don't know, but hopefully his food show does well. There's a babillion of those, but there's a babillion of everything. And what makes his unique is his experiences. And like he has this ginormous muscly body that he has to fuel up. And I bet he can put some food back. So it's more interesting than just seeing like random fucking, I traveled the world looking for the best foods of each food type, and I swear I know the best foods. Like every show. I worked in the kitchen. I worked as a busboy. I worked in the back. I even emptied the fucking grease trap. Right? I had every restaurant job there was. I even picked the gum from up under the table. Follow me on my food journey to bring you the best fucking nachos and Tallahassee. Like, it stands out because it's Braun Strowman, right? So moving along, Ridge Holland, he took to social media to give an update on his foot injury. He says he may also need neck surgery for a prior injury. He says, next Tuesday I've got to go to Birmingham, Alabama to have the cast cut off, so more x-rays to make sure the foot's all good, and we can go possibly to partial weight bearing. The kicker is that prior to the foot, I had a neck injury that I was going to get imaging for. I got imaging for the post-foot surgery, and I'm going to Birmingham also to see the neck specialist. Worst case scenario, I'll need surgery, and I'm hoping for the best case scenario, which is injections. Like fucking Bane? That's not... Sounds terrible. I hate getting injected with stuff. But I'm having some nerve impingement, which is sending pain down my arms, so I'm a little bit apprehensive about what's going to happen because it's another kick in the balls, really. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, it's just incredibly unfortunate. WWE refused to pay for Mo, who just passed away, for his like kidney transplant or something. And so I don't think it's likely they're, they used to pay for fucking people's rehab stints and stuff. And now, I don't know, they're like, fuck this guy. Again, that's how it works in the real world all the fucking time. And I know that he has a great fan base. If Ridge started, he should do like online content of some sort. And, I don't know. It just sucks. Like, he was a TV star, like love him or hate him. He was on TV for a lot of years there. And yeah, I don't know. AEW I don't think would ever hire this guy because they mock his style of wrestling. But if they're smart, they hire him as like a fucking to work with young guys. Tony's we might have a training facility, and the Bucks are talking about PWG. Okay, get Ridge Holland over there doing what he's doing in WWE. I don't know, man. This is instances where it's like, okay, Tony Khan will employ Rita Chatterton, but he won't just like throw Ridge some bones here or something. Like, okay, he cares about wrestling, or does he care about, like, is it this weird vendetta thing? We all know what the truth is there. So unfortunately, there's no, I've been saying this for a while now, like, there needs to be a Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame. And I know that there are Hall of Fames, and there's like the Cauliflower Alley Club, and there's that they give the recipient they gave it to Punk, they gave it to fucking Mickey James, I want to say this year or last year. It sucks that there's not like a museum / Hall of Fame / people can make donations to this like wrestling fund / it just sucks that we can't get it like focused, where there's one recognized by all the wrestling companies. Fuck your little goofy wars. The Friday Night Wars. They told me in court. I'm Jim Crockett. I'm Tony Khan. Right? Like, fuck all that stupid, all the bald assholes and all that shit. Like, one thing recognized by the world of pro wrestling, or like in America, maybe like North America. This is like, we recognize this as like the Mexico, USA, Canada fucking Hall of Fame library, museum / we raise funds and then donate them. You pick a wrestler or a series of wrestlers every year who can be the recipient of shit, that things like that. I don't know. That's the way I'm thinking. That sounds very hippy dippy-ish. But again, everything's a niche now. Like, people crowdfund their fucking Carnival cruise vacations and shit. People go fund all types of shit when they get in legal trouble and all this stuff. I'm not saying Ridge, I mean, if he could go fund if he wants to, you know, no, there's no shame in that, especially when you have kids and shit. And it's like, you're talking like neck surgeries and shit. Like, there's no shame in that. You gave your body, but I get where he's like, I'm fresh off TV and all of that. But people go fund like car repairs and shit. People go fund new TVs and shit. Okay. We need like a museum, like a centralized thing that you know, people can agree, like, okay, this is where, bullshit aside, we all respect this historical whatever, that also people can make charitable contributions to year round and fucking help wrestlers. Like, when we hear a story like this, they can sort of be there. That would be really cool, you know, especially if we want to play the independent contractor game. Because the wrestlers don't want to stand up because, and here's the thing, I get it. Like, Brian Alvarez wants to faux outrage and shit over this. But he's an independent contractor. Oh, independent contractor? That's, oh, really? Oh, really? Well, yes, really. Technically, really, yes. Like, on paper, that's what it is. I don't make the laws. I don't control the way of the universe. And Ridge didn't stand up and go, we need to unionize while he's in WWE. None of them are going to do that. None of the MMA fighters are going to do that either. Why? Because it doesn't, this is like the problem. This has been the problem in boxing and shit for a long time too. And unfortunately, pro wrestling toes the line of combat sport and entertainment, where it's like, in entertainment, they're all fucking unionized, but in sports and combat sports, contact, you guys want to all go real wrestling and shit. But then it's like, well, okay, then you have to accept the fucking independent contractor thing. No one will stand up and say anything because if you make it, it benefits you more than it doesn't to be, quote unquote, an independent contractor. But if you're one of the many more people who don't make it, right? There's less Hulk Hogans than there's Hulk Hogans, right? So if you don't make it to that level, it doesn't benefit you in the long run, but everybody's banking on, like, when's going to be my time, you know, to quote Ben Affleck in Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. When's going to be my time? They're all banking on that, because if you hit like The Rock, or even not, you could be Finn Balor, you could be Damian Priest, you could be a lot of them. It's more beneficial for them to be independent contractors, quote unquote, in the long run, right? But when you end up like a mid-lower guy like Ridge, and there's way more of them than there's not, then it doesn't benefit you. This is why the AEW guys don't go, we need to unionize, and Hangman wants to virtue signal about ice and shit, instead of like, hey, we should unionize and do like healthcare here. A lot of people are getting hurt. You know, Tony Khan's just taking care of people privately. Hey, maybe this would be the time to have a serious discussion, Tony, about unionizing. But Tony won't do that, and none of these people will do that because it doesn't benefit them. None of the indies have done it. None of MLW have done it. It's not done that way in Mexico and shit, you know? So it's incredibly unfortunate. TKO, yes, they're going to be more cutthroat, and the people who sign the checks above Triple H are going to be less, like, his boots are on the ground. He's friends with Ridge and shit. But unfortunately, this is the way things go. And if the shoe were on the other foot, if there were other companies doing this, people won't be like, oh, blasphemous and shit. And we all know that. We all know there wouldn't be faux outrage, right? So, again, Ridge knew what he was signing up for, and he's not doing a pity party. I like that. He is just, like, keeping it real, and he always took to social media. So this isn't like, oh, he's just fucking complaining online and shit. But, dude, set up a GoFundMe or something for real. That's the move. We spent a lot of time on that. So, Shotzi and Scarlett, speaking of the indies, are teaming up to take on Allie Katch and Priscilla Kelly on November 15th at HOG Super Clash. So there's a battle of of the ex-WWE there on the indies. And you see Scarlett, Shotzi, Gigi. They've had no problem sliding right into the indies, getting tons of work. And, you know, it's because the connections they made before WWE and that they've maintained. I'm not saying that's they're obviously incredibly talented, but there's, you know, some people might be struggling a little bit because of location and what scenes they came up in, right? That's all I'm saying. And then shout out Allie Katch, who I'm not sure if she's wrestled in WWE or in a Mae Young Classic or I'm not sure if she's ever, but she's known on the indies. She's really well known. So shout out Hog for putting that on. Speaking of putting on, here's Juicy Finau. So one's in the chat for Bloodline. Everyone was saying Juicy Finau. We'd love to see this guy in WWE, right? And we'll acknowledge Juicy Finau here.
Acknowledge me.
So he's doing Power Slap now, and I have it now. I did the research, goddammit. Power Slap makes me sick, so I didn't care to look it up. And so over the past few months, I was like, I thought there was a reality show. Isn't there a reality show? There is. There's an all pro wrestler reality show. Juicy Finau's on it. People were like, he could join the Bloodline and all this shit. This big Samoan here, Tongan Samoa. Sorry, sir, I'm not exactly sure. His name's Juicy Finau. AU. I'm not sure if he's a Fatu, an Anuai, a fucking, a Tonga, a Haku relative. I'm not sure, bro. The bloodline runs deep. This could be Bronson Reed's cousin, right? We don't fucking know. No, but jokes aside, here he is. He's in Power Slap, and he just eats this shit like nothing. I told you guys this too. We will see a fucking Braun Strowman. Maybe not him, because he's got money, dude. He made that Vince money in his time. So we're going to see some freak of like Omos. Maybe not him because he just got a cologne deal and shit. Yeah, these guys are doing well. You know what I'm saying? WWE guys are doing well. But a Satnam Singh, maybe a guy like, I'll pull a name. We're going to see some freak like Great Khali guy do one of, and we might see some ex-WWE guys go, fuck it. What's Gentleman Jack Gallagher doing? He got canceled from the speaking out shit. He was doing bare knuckle boxing. He was doing BKFC. For a little bit. He still could be doing that, right? So fucking power slap it up, buddy. Like, we're gonna see people where we're like, oh shit, this it's kind of a carnival show too. I mean, if that's the way I'm not really into this, but Juicy eats this like nothing, and I hope he just knocked the shit out of this dude after, because I want to cheer for him just because I know him. But imagine this guy gets starched. Juicy Finau. Look at this little dude behind him trying to catch him. Like, who's catching him? You need to hire like pro bodybuilders to catch these guys.
Juicy.
Good slap.
Juicy.
Good slap.
Bro, Samoan's about to fuck around and take Power Slap over, dude. It's not a joke. Like, this is what the fuck they do. What are you talking about? He got trained stiffer than that. You know what I'm saying? So it's unfortunate. Like, we saw Hollywood Haley J just get K the fuck owed. I don't, and that's all it takes. It's a flip of a coin. You get slapped first. Like, here's the thing. Even though Juicy can take that, one of those just placed correctly could get him. Like anyone could get anyone if it's like if you're just letting someone hit you like that is the thing, right? Like, maybe the mental anticipation will help a little bit, but I don't know, dude. It's not really my thing, but we will watch the whole pro wrestler reality show 100%. I'm going to watch that with you guys. So that will be amazing. We'll have to do that shit on Patreon or something, though. I'll get fucking UFC will snipe me. We'll get moved to Rumble like Power Slap. So Stardom president Taro Okada was at Arena Mexico for CMLL. And there you go. Some fucking crossover synergy there. So Brett Lauderdale had this to say. We were talking about the indies. He says he was going to hold off on any kind of public update, but I've seen people speculating, so I'll give a brief update. Nick Gage will not be attending any shows for the foreseeable future. He is currently in treatment and has been for several weeks, and plans to stay indefinitely. Any promoters that have made deposits for shows coming up that he will not be able to attend will be made whole as soon as possible. Expect an update directly from the man himself when the time is right. In the meantime, thanks to all who have been supported. MDK all effing day. And yeah, hopefully, like, what does Jim Cornette call him again? Nick Gage. The bank addicted drug robber, right? That's it. Deep cut there. Or maybe not that deep. I'm sure he's had many rants on Nick Cage and the pomposity of it. But I'll say this, man. I gave him props not even that long ago saying, like, dude, he had this doc made about him. He went viral for the Arquette thing. He had the dark side of the ring. All this shit went down. And then he parlayed it into, like, he's selling merch. He's staying clean. He's at least not getting in trouble. He's at least not showing up messed up. And all this shit, and he's like, I don't know, like, he had a blow up there and he was doing really good. Even that spot on AEW TV. And again, I don't think that was like the worst thing ever. I always said that AEW should make its hardcore division more of, and they could have used the FTW belt for it, just more of like, it can lean in that death match direction from time to time. But it's like, in honor of ECW, we have this like hardcore division, and it's like a clear division. And you can let Moxley do all the garbage shit he wants, like, in this division, but they don't, they just took the garbage shit and have tried to put it into every major fucking storyline they've ever done. And some people get mad at me. Oh, come on, Phil, that's not very fair calling it garbage shit and what have you. But Gage was staying sober and shit, and he was making money and stuff and selling merch. And it's unfortunate if he relapsed. I really hope that he gets healthy and everything, Who knows, though? Was he like a claw? I don't know. I didn't keep up with his career. I'm not like the guy's biggest fan, right? But I just know that he was making money, selling merch, and he was no one was complaining about, oh, this guy's robbing banks again, or he showed up on meth again, or whatever the fuck, right? So good for him. He cleaned it up. He's making money and shit. Now a handful of years later, he fucking maybe takes a step backwards. Well, dude, we know you can bounce back, so bounce the fuck back, right? Like, you did it once already. You're good, man. You got this shit. So that's my take on all that. We had what do we have here? Yeah, so this is the like main miscellaneous segment here. And we got a handful of clips. We got Big Bang on as well. And your boy Sheldon Cooper's fucking glugging. Like Dave Meltzer would be over an Okada match. So guys, recently Jasmine Nix, and I forget her name. I'm so sorry. She has like another name, Jade something, or I forget. Someone will say it, or it'll be written down. Ariel will get it. So Ariel breaks down or talks about Jasmine Nix about her decision to walk away from WWE. So we get her thoughts on that. She responds to, because we've talked a bunch of shit about her boyfriend and all that. So she responds to all of that and more. And we have Danny Palmer, who I said when she was in NXT, I was like, dude, she should go to AEW. Like, she just does all these insane fucking flips. Every single one of her matches in NXT looks like a AEW tryout match. And then it turns out she's one of these intense fucking, that is not Christian. Did you guys ever see that wife swap with that big lady? That was like one of the first OG viral clips of that fucking lady, that big giant lady, Christian lady with the gap in her teeth. And she's like, that is not Christian. The big Cartman lady. You guys remember that? So Danny Palmer, who is I think she'd fit in great with the Young Bucks and all that. That's all I'm saying, She's thumping her fucking Bible. She loves doing tons of flips.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Go get a job, girl. No, but she responds to all of this, like Mandy Rose and Cora Jade and all these girls going to OF. She responds to it, and she's like, the Water Boy's mom. It's the devil. So let's take a listen. Let's dive in and shout out Ariel Helwani for doing these awesome pro wrestler interviews. I laugh because Ariel Helwani's like interviewing guys who wrote books about Tupac and pro wrestlers and like Channing Tatum and shit. And he's still doing boxing and MMA, but it's just funny how he's like dabbling out into all this other shit, right? He's dipping his toes into everything else. And I personally love it. It's just kind of funny how he went that route. But yes, I appreciate all these pro wrestler interviews. And so let's see what Jasmine Nix. Go and watch the Ariel Helwani show. Sub to that shit.
So listening to you right now, you seemed into it. You seem passionate about it.
Yeah.
You seem willing to learn and grow.
Yeah.
You seem excited about it.
Mm-hmm.
Which leads me to the obvious question: why aren't you still a part of WWE? Why did you decide to leave?
Yeah, I mean, I truthfully can say I was not expecting to leave. Like, I wholeheartedly felt like this was going to be my life. I was ready to put in the work and, see where my journey took me. But it came down to, like, making a living. And everyone needs to make a living. And some people's living looks different than others. And for me, it was like, after
this is all it is, dude. Her lifestyle, my lifestyle, a living it got that and dibbity that got beginning. Her lifestyle is just fucking GAMOROUS. We're flying first class up in the sky, right? Like she just she's she can make more money on Twitch, doing Twitch and like IRL streaming and fucking going on Kick and like modeling and all that shit, right? So to her, she's weighing out the two and just looking, well, wrestling will consume the most of my time and pay me the least, or if it's not the least, if I combine these two incomes over here, I can fucking make more than this, and that will still take up less of my time. That's all it is. And fortunately for her, if they called up Fatal Influence, all three of them at the time, to the main roster, would any of us complain? Like, she could have been on SmackDown or Raw and fit right in. So she wouldn't have brought the fucking roster down or anything like that. So it's not like I don't blame her, for weighing. I just got to be honest. Like, if that's an option where she can fucking IRL stream and stuff and make more money, I mean, more power to you.
my 3 years and being on TV for 2
But
years.
her being like livable, it's like they're paying her $100,000 to fucking wrestle. There's a bunch of people in chat right now who are like, I would quit everything right now and do that. So
years, I expected there to be some sort of compensation, just, for the work that I put in. And it didn't end up that way, and that's okay. And, that's why I had to part ways. But it was no like bad blood or anything. It was just, okay, like I can't make a living on this. And like I value myself in this way, which you guys might not yet, but, who knows, in the future, value goes up. And, if they want me back, I would love to go back. But it's just, it was just in that time.
how many IG followers does she have? There's a lot of and this is just, I mean, some people will be like, this is a sexist thing to say, but it's just the absolute reality. Okay, just go listen to interviews, know people in and around showbiz, you'll know this. Okay, there's like, if you have 1 million or 2 million IG followers, you'll fucking get auditions over like people who went to acting school and all this shit. I went to Juilliard, right? People, it's ridiculous. Actresses talk about this all the time too, and even a lot of comedians talk about how they thought post. Samantha Irvin did the same thing. She said she got to a certain amount of followers, then she stopped thirst trapping online or whatever the fuck, or like, I had a goal in mind, it was accomplished, whatever. So typically when they're saying that, when comedians say this shit, it's because their agents or whatever tell them, okay, thought post, get your following up to this number, and then this door and this door will open for you. I'm not even saying that's what she's doing, but it's like, she could do that. That's a route that's open to her. She's a very attractive woman who's very fit. She could do like fitness. She could do like, look at what Summer Rae's doing. Still making money, just like being hot. there you go. You know, it's an avenue for her. So
in that moment, it felt like the right decision for me. And again, didn't want it to be, but you know, you got to do what you got to do.
How does that work? They come to you with, so your deal's up after 3 years?
Yep. So at my 3-year,
They come to you with a new offer.
Yeah.
You obviously aren't happy with the offer. Do you propose a new number?
Yeah. So it was honestly like kind of a long process for me because it was like a back and forth situation. But yeah, basically they reach out, they say, you know, here's what we are offering you for the next 3 years, and you either accept right then and there or you try to negotiate. And I try to negotiate, and
so it's like 2K GM mode. It's actually like she did, I think she did the right thing. If that's, you know, if she can make more money elsewhere, she did the right thing. If they're offering her $100,000 for 3 years, so 300,000 over the next 3 years, I bet you she can clear. She's looking at what Cora Jade's doing. I'm just being honest, man. You don't even got to show you nips or anything these days too. You can just get OF there's people who use OF to like podcast and shit now, which is crazy. Like you see it, you get the ads. OF will be like pushing comedy specials and shit now. Bert Kreischer's roast was on there. That hoa. So I mean, she could just do like lewd photos and clear that in a month. So, I mean, it's just how much do you want to be a WWE superstar? She just wants to make money more than be a WWE superstar. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
The offer.
You don't got to support it. You can support it, but there's nothing wrong with that being her fucking path, you know?
Stood as it was. Went back a couple times like, oh, like, what about this? No, offer stands. I'm like, okay. And if
no budging.
No budge. And
how far apart were you
from
what you wanted and what they were offering?
I just wanted any compensation. I felt like after 3 years,
when you say compensation, they wanted to pay you, so that's compensation.
Yeah, so they
wanted a raise, right?
I wanted a raise.
Yeah, but like, how big was the gap? Like, were you like, you know, miles
like, what are you fucking? Do you not know what compensation means? No.
Apart, or were you thought that they could meet you?
I felt like there definitely could have been like a meet in the middle, but after I realized there was no budge, I was like, okay, like that's kind of where it stands. Like there's nothing else I can do or say. It just was like, okay, you know, any sort of raise will do, and it was no raise.
Was this the same number that you were making the previous 3 years?
Yeah.
So it didn't go up.
Right.
And you were hoping for something higher.
Just based off of, you know, like people who are coming in, obviously me came in at that rate. And after 2 years of being on TV every single Tuesday, working for TNA as well, I felt like maybe, you know, a raise would be understandable.
Yeah, it totally would be.
And, you know.
Did you ask why?
Yeah.
You fucking work at Walmart, they give you raises every 9 months or something, right? I don't know. Maybe Walmart doesn't do that. That's a greedy corporation. But yeah, you guys know there's, you know, places you work, 9 month, 2 year, this year, 5th year, you get a bump or whatever. So her 3 years being on TV, working in TNA, we found out that they're not getting extra pay to go to TNA. It's just part of their, well, you work for NXT, so you go wrestle here and da-da-da. Which, I don't know, man. You should get a little bump for going to TNA and helping them out, man.
But they're...
Like, they're getting a TV deal off your fucking backs, and, you know, and you're not getting a fucking cut, like, even a little piece of that. And it's independent contracting, right? And you can say, well, no, I don't want to go to TNA. Okay, then you have heat with the office. You don't want that. You don't want that. Neither do I. I don't want a trip when I see you with guys between you and...
I didn't speak to, like, anyone. I spoke to the mediator.
Got it.
So me asking her, oh, why is that? Like, you know, she's not the one who's she's just the mediator. She's the messenger. So, like, I couldn't really ask.
She a runner. She a track star. Okay, so she seems like she was trying to negotiate, but they played hardball, and they were just like, well, fuck it. We don't actually need you. We'll just replace you, which is shitty because WWE is in that position now where they don't need to hoard up all the talent because AEW. They had no one who goes over there, well, unless it's like AJ... And even AJ wouldn't like change the ratings. It wouldn't, man. It would have to be like Roman or John Cena or Brock Lesnar would have to show up there to change their fucking ratings. No one, not even Edge, changed them significantly. So Monet, none of these people have changed them since Punk. So it's like they don't have to hoard up talent, and they're getting really bloated, and they're getting really bloated with fucking indie talent and young people. And that's why all these ID and Evolve cuts happened and all that. So, or like non-renewals and releases, etc. So Jasmine Nick says her boyfriend, well, here, this is what she's talking more about money and cost of living goes up every year. So let's listen to her take on this.
But in terms of like cost of living and things like that, like, there's nothing you can really say. Like, everyone, cost of living goes up every year. You have to make a living. Like, if you don't get a raise, you're
okay. Well, no shit, Sherlock. We know that. But moving along, Jasmine Nick, she responds to like some of the controversy. Well, here's some of her future plans, and then we get into controversy, okay?
Oh.
Do you want to stay in the wrestling business?
Yeah. I mean, I would, like I said, I'm still trying to weigh out my opportunities and see what I'm going to do, where I'm going to head, but I'm not sure in terms of like where yet, but I'm keeping the options open and, deciding from there.
Have you talked to other organizations, other promotions?
Not yet.
Okay. Are you allowed to, or how does that work?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I am because I just didn't resign.
Got it.
I think
so there was
different
no like non-compete or anything like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, it was just, I'm free.
Yeah.
But I've been taking these past couple weeks just to figure out, where my mind's at, what I want to do, and figuring out my life from here.
What do you think you do? What do you think becomes your profession?
I feel like I've always kind of been like a reality TV girl.
Okay.
And I feel like that's
fucking called it.
Kind of how I've been perceived. Like, even growing up, people were always like, oh, you're definitely going to be on like one of those shows and whatever. But I think I want to do both. Like, I want to go do these shows if it presents them.
And she might say it here, but she turned down one of these Love is Blind or Love Island or Love on the Spectrum or one of these Love and Hip Hop, one of these fucking shows, right? She turned it down already while she was under contract with WWE. Like, she got an offer for it, and then I think she chose WWE over that. So yeah, she's gonna get into the reality TV world. I called that like initially when she left. I'm like, IRL streaming, but like reality shows, competition shows.
Themselves. I don't know yet. You never know in that world. But I want to continue doing social media influencing, and then obviously take up other wrestling opportunities if they come my way.
Are you interested in being an indie wrestler and going across the country in some of these small locations?
I've always loved traveling.
Okay,
I've always traveled.
You don't feel like you're above that or anything like that? Or,
no, of course not. Like I like I said from the beginning, I'm still learning. Like, I'm still trying to perfect my craft, and I don't feel like I perfected it. I wish I had more time to perfect it. So
sign her, Tony Khan. So she speaks about she turned down Love Island while signed to WWE. That's what it was. And she's open to wrestling on indies. We covered that. So she speaks about some of the controversies that surrounded herself and her boyfriend and Bully Ray fucking going off on her, which we covered on this show. So here's her defense of her boyfriend.
Moves. And then he mentions repeatedly that it's fake.
Right.
And this pissed off a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like Mark Henry on his radio show, Busted Open, he was very upset about this. What is your response to this? He felt like it was disrespectful.
So my response is the whole point of the video, and if you watch the video, you can see that it was satire. Like, him saying, and he knows, I come home with bruises and scratches, broken nose, split open nose. Like, obviously he knows it's not fake, and we have this conversation every single day. Like, like, if anyone, he's like, oh my God, like, how do you do this every day? Like, he's the first person to put it over. And his character, just like how there's heels on WWE, there's villains in reality TV, and he's
see, they're calling it reality TV, but it's interesting because YouTube is TV now, and Kick streaming and shit is TV, and these guys want to get on TV shows. I bet they tried out for the fucking Squid Game. They'll be on the Mr. Beast games on Prime season 3 or whatever the fuck. They probably sign up for the Squid Game challenge and they're gonna do all that shit. And her boyfriend, we covered it. He just does like the edgelord. He just feeds into his chat on Kick of being like, he just tries to be like overly insensitive and shit. Not that I'm even trying to be like a pussy like that and say, oh, being insensitive, like whatever. But you guys know what I mean. He just will be like, oh, a Chinese thing, hon chong chong, he just does shit like that. And it's like, what the fuck, man? It's just edgelord humor, so just low hanging shit. And so he does that, though. He plays like a heel online, and she is right about that. And he knew it would piss people off by going, it's fake and shit. But it just pissed off some old heads. Like, we all get it. And even she's sitting here going, obviously it's not fake. Well, no, it is fake. You know what I mean? It's a scripted sport. Like, yes, the physicality is not fake, but I mean, how do we define fake? Is it a work? Work means like you're working, it means it's not really real. It's like a magic trick, right? So,
a villain.
Okay.
And so I think that's kind of how people have to look at it in terms of that. But when he says it's fake, and then goes on in the video to show basically the opposite.
Yeah.
He's hitting the ropes like, oh my God, this hurts, like my back. How do you do this? Like, he's taking bumps. He's getting his butt beat by me. So obviously he knows, like, that's the whole point of the video, is like basically putting it over,
I wish he wouldn't have said that.
Ariel, he's gonna fucking white knight for pro wrestling. So Jasmine Nix responded to Bully Ray as well, and she just said, I really respect him. I think there's nothing wrong with what he's saying. Everyone is entitled to their own opinions. It's not like we know each other on a personal level, so he won't know for sure if that passion burns within me. When it comes from, yes, I played soccer and had a passion for soccer and training. I had to put myself through a lot to be successful in that. And the same with WWE, you have to work hard. I think just because my journey was a little different doesn't mean I don't have passion or building passion for the future. Making it to main roster, I for sure have passion. I think that was a little of a hard take, but everyone is entitled to their own opinions. And if that's how he perceives me, that is what it is. And that's what people do say when athletes come in. I've never been like that. You can't put your all into something if you do. I mean, she made it to TV relatively quick, man. I wouldn't, chalk her up to one of those. The stuff I've already done, the work I put in both on and off TV, I personally don't think it's possible to do all of that without having a passion or love for what I'm doing. Yeah, I agree with her. She had to enjoy it to some degree, right? But then fucking Danny Palmer. So at the beginning of this, right, she worked for NXT for a while, man. I think she got let go, yeah, or is she really hurt? Yeah, ex-WWE star. I think she hurt her knee. She was out for like a while, came back, she got let go. And all of her matches were like Young Buck fucking tryout matches, dude. She's trying to get, and Dave Meltzer put her over too. Oh, this Danny Palmer. I mean, she's just out there doing everything. It's fucking hilarious. But I don't know if she like retired from wrestling or I have no clue, but she slams Mandy Rose for claiming that Mandy Rose gets slammed on OF. No, for starting the OF wrestler trend. So Danny Palmer says, I'm here to talk about the trend of WWE release talent going to OF. The OF route, unfortunately, has become way too normalized when in reality it has a very strong impact on your soul. And it's a serious thing. It seems that one girl has become a trailblazer for this route. She even called herself that in her last podcast titled, I started the WWE to OF trend. My friend and ex-coworker messaged and unfollowed me after I posted job opportunities for any recently released WWE girls thinking about joining OF, inviting them to come work at the refinery movement instead. She said, girl, people can believe in God and do as they please with their own bodies. This is truly in poor taste. Unfortunately, going to unfollow for this. Strange. Take care. That is not Christian. Oh, man. Good shit. And so this unhinged picture of Danny, that they find the most unhinged picture, bro. And so I think she had some more to say. She had a criticism here of OF. She says, flee from sexual immortality. Every other sin a person commits is outside the body. But the sexually immoral person sins against their own body. Hallelujah. She's preaching here. Do you not know your bodies are the temple of the Holy Spirit in you? You are not your own. You were bought at a price. So honor God with your bodies. Guys, our bodies aren't just ours to do whatever we want with. They're a gift from God, from Gouda, and they're meant to honor him. So to my friend, you know who you are. You have my number. Your decision to do OF is not only hurting you, but also hurting men. The world needs strong men more now than ever, strong men of God. But pornography, we're on YouTube, guys. I said so much shit already. Is making them weak. It creates weak men who struggle to talk to women in real life. That's a real thing. And it's ruining marriages. Doing OF is not women's empowerment. It's sick, twisted, and evil. OF, it's the mark of the beast. OF is marketed as women taking control of their bodies, but when you look closer, it's not empowerment at all. It's a trap. It's slavery to attention, to validate. I mean, social media is that in general. It's everybody seeking validation. It's whorish. Let's be honest. To never feeling like you're enough. True freedom doesn't come from selling pieces of yourself to the highest bidder. So she went off. All I'm saying, dude, is hallelujah. Praise Jesus. Fucking go, dude. Call the Bucks, Danny. Okay, you could do all those fucking flips, and they'll love that shit. You'll get 5 stars from Dave, and they love this shit. You can hold sermon over at their fucking at their host, and don't forget, chat. Go with Christ, bros. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was miscellaneous news. Where's Wade Barrett? Where are you, buddy?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Oh, guys, we are just warming up. Okay. Dynamite is on. We are about to talk about Dynamite. We have tons of AEW news, which is infinitely more interesting to talk about while AEW is on than just watching AEW, I've come to find. Because let's be honest here, it has been not so good as of late. Let me check in with chat, and I'm going to pull up this Dynamite card here. We're going to talk about it for uno momento. Whitest Rabbit has been a member for 11 months. Thank you so
Acknowledge me.
much for your membership. Cashman8 for 5 says, just a suggestion, Phil, don't spend 45 minutes on something nobody gives a shit about. Well, you can go watch JD. Then I don't know. I don't know, bro. I care about it. I'm not nobody. I like me. George Capture for 2 says Tony Khan is live on X now. Oh, excellent. So we have 2 Tony Khan EFAP videos. Fucking perfect. Can't wait. Amazing. Excited for it. I already have one. I'm looking it up now. Friends, sorry for the excellente. So we have 2 Tony Khan EFAPs tonight, ladies and gentlemen. What a show. See, things develop here live on PWT. Where are we at here? Where are we at? Thank you, George, for that as well. And I'll give you.
Are you sure about that?
Even though we know that the best guy is on, dude. Dunn Did What Now has been a member for 4 months.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
Appreciate that. And F1WGP7 has been a member for 13 months. That's what the fuck is up. Guys, hit like, hit subscribe, become a member, gift memberships. That's a very nice thing you can do. You can super chat in if you want to support what I do. And don't forget, Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, live on YouTube. So tomorrow night, Time Cop, live on YouTube, 8 p.m. Eastern. Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, hashtag double DMW. And okay, so let's get into some fucking AEW news, man. Holy, we got a lot to get into tonight, guys. I need to sip some coffee. And obviously do an Ichi Nissan. Let's talk about Dynamite a little bit before we do that. because we're just riffing here. So Okada in a unified title against Bandito. So again, just proving that AEW titles don't mean anything because a win in a tag match gets you a singles title match over someone. You know what I mean? Like, I pinned you in a tag match, so these two singles champions were in a tag match against the tag champs, and one of the tag champs, I believe, is also a singles champ, or was, and now that tag champ pinned the guy in a tag match, so he gets a shot at that single guy's single champ. Samoa Joe just had a shot at the world title, but is a trios champ, and now the trios champs defend against Hurt Syndicate, and Joe's one of them. Monet has 12 belts. We have the women's tag title brackets revealed. Bro, title Tony Khan here. The only ideas he has is fucking
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Belts, battle royals, and tournaments. They literally could not mean any less. They could not mean any less. Belts could mean no less than they do now in AEW. I don't know how to phrase this. Okay, I got to say it in Cantonese or some shit. These belts mean nothing. There's 12 of them on one person. There's 3 guys with belts, and this guy just fought for a belt. There's 2 guys. This guy has the tag belts, and then the other motherfucker has 2 separate belts. We're introducing 2 new belts. It's too much, man. I just don't know what's going on with this, why he can't figure out anything new to do. So, yeah, that's it's just Title Tuesday. All right, that's all it is. Moving along here. Let's get into some actual news. We'll keep that here for, I don't know, just referring back to the show if there's anything we're watching at the time. So, ladies and gentlemen, and Tony doesn't have an important announcement. This is just the graphic I've been using since September for about a month now. So, ladies and gentlemen, all together in chat, Ichi-ni-san da. For AEW news. So Sarah Stock argued with Amanda Huber about Wrestle Dream, and it sent a bunch of people into a spiral. Raj Giri said that it looked low rent with the beginning of the pay-per-view, the way it started. I thought that it looked pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. It was just unique. That's all. It was just a unique thing, like way to start the fucking, I don't know. You need to find ways to be new in wrestling. If they don't do that all the time, it's chill. Raj was saying like, and I like Raj, but he was saying like, oh, people who paid money don't want to watch the middle of the match. But they're not being robbed of a match on that pay-per-view. And not just because of the sheer number of matches, but Dax and them were scheduled for the pre-show, and it like rolled over time because there's a time limit on these matches, and they're trying to make it like time limits matter. Like we have time limit draws, and AEW does that. It's cool. You never see that in WWE. So it was just something different, and it didn't look low rent. Like the crowd in the building was going hot, was like going crazy for it. I thought it didn't look low rent. But I also give Raj credit in his opinion on that in this way, that when you have Taco Bell commercials interrupting Jack Perry and feeds are being cut and the lights are going out, and it's not like Aleister Black coming out, it's just, no, the lights are legit being shut off and shit during matches. You don't get the luxury of people giving you the benefit of the doubt of being like, hey, you fucking, these guys just mistimed something. Oh, just their time cue is off or something. You don't get that benefit of the doubt. You don't get that luxury of people just chalking it up to like, it's just human error when there's like fucking errors all the time. And we know that you're like hiring high school people to set up local residencies, and fucking these union workers are getting assaulted and shit, like whatever. So to bring it to Sarah Stock though, she got into it with Amanda Huber, and I broke this all down on Member Monday. So make sure you guys become a member and check that out. But basically, Amanda just defended the fishbowl spot and was like, this was midnight on a pay-per-view. When you were working, you choked another woman out with a belt. Where was the outrage over kids trying that? And I don't know. My take is like wrestling entirely should not be tried at home. You know, bricks, knives, needles, whatever the fuck, suplexes, body slams, like kids should not be trying that shit at all. So, I mean, where do you start with your analysis on that? Like, oh, you know, mothers shouldn't let kids see each other like suplexes or like curb stomp, like them to move the stomp, you know? Like they even changed the name for a while because of the connotation behind that. So either way, they just went all out, and Sarah Stock pops up a few times throughout the evening. And she responded to this sicko here who's like, damn, Lady is salty. And she's like, wait, I haven't worked there in 6 months. Was somebody going to tell me? And Fightful was like, we confirm that Sarah Stock has been let go by AEW. And I guess she's like, yeah, that didn't happen when they said it happened or something like that. But last week we had Lou Thesz's, or at Wrestle Dream, we had Lou Thesz's wife, Charlie Thez, who puts over AEW. And it's like, I don't even know, dude. Who? Okay, the wife of someone's like opinion. I think Bill Burr makes the joke, hey, you're a fucking, I go to the doctor. And then his wife comes in and is like, hey, well, you know, I work at the library. Here's what you should do. You know, okay, I guess a ringing endorsement from someone with the last name Thez.
Well, it's really strange. A lot of the old guys didn't like this and didn't like that. Lou respected the progress. He said, I had my day, this is their day. And he would be blown away by what's happening here. It is absolutely amazing, and it just perpetuates the heart of professional wrestling. Well,
what? That's gotta be like he's gotta be paying her. Like, we found out Tony Khan's been paying Rita Chatterton and all this shit. He's gotta be paying her to say this shit.
It's really strange. A lot of,
I don't know. Shout her out though. Doing the damn thing. So Chris Jericho, WWE return rumors were shut down by a close friend who spoke to him directly, right? Because Jericho would never kayfabe Ernest the Cat Miller. No, maybe they're really close. I don't know. But Ernest the Cat Miller said, ding dong, don't you know I have a lot of friends in the business, and I hear some things sometime that is not all correct yet, but is working in that direction from somebody who know better, who know the truth. So they not just running off at the big mouth. So what I said is WWE signing an AEW wrestler, and this is what I've heard. I've been hearing all over the thing. I've heard it from him. I talked to him. He didn't say he's leaving right away. You know, I talked to Chris. So, I mean, I don't know he says, I haven't heard all that now because they don't know. That's what I heard. Dude, Jericho went on Opie and Anthony, and Sam Roberts flat out exposed that it was going to be him returning to WWE. And he was sitting there straight face telling them like, no, you know, I might never come back to wrestling and shit. And then he returned to WWE like fucking a week later. And apparently WWE was pissed at O&A about that, and Sam Roberts and shit. So yeah, dude, I don't know. Jericho's definitely going back, man. Speaking of Wrestle Dream, Switchblade was keeping track of the numbers. There was 1.5K watching in the chat. And again, so that's trending a little better than All Out. But worse than some of these, like than All In and shit like that. And like I said, All Out was a worse show than Wrestle Dream, but Wrestle Dream wasn't like knock your socks off or anything. So AEW World's End is at the Now Arena in Illinois, and they have 4,100 tickets distributed. They're set up for 4,800. So the last Dynamite they did there did 4,982. So last year's Dynamite outdrew this World's End pay-per-view. And Bound for Glory outdrew this one as well. And the last year's World's End did 7,000. So this show is not only doing almost half the fucking sales it did last time, or just a little over half the sales it did last time, rather. But the last time they did Dynamite there was more people than they're even set up for. That's pretty fucked up, man. And we have a bunch more of like AEW's declining tickets. So Dynamite and Collision on October 22nd, which is tonight in San Antonio. It's like a sellout. They set up for 1830. They sold 1830, rounding high. The last time they were there, their venue debut, Collision, had 4,874 people there. You can't fucking tell me this shit isn't, slowly. People are like, fuck you, AEW's still going to be around. Sure, yeah, I've said that. AEW will be like a YouTube show if Tony Khan can help it. But once he has to fund it himself, it's going to look a lot differently. They're not making the money. Dave Meltzer lies. They're not doing the ratings Dave Meltzer lies about. Just admit all that. I can admit that. Yeah, AEW's not going anywhere. I fucking know. You'll never find me going, it's dead and gone. I didn't think Dynamite would even have to be worried about being canceled off TBS either. I was like, dude, Warner's going to keep it on there. 500, as long as they could do 500,000 people. Now they're doing like 500,000 or less people or whatever. Who fucking knows? And then they go, oh, with the simulcast. Okay, but at what point does TBS go, this is fucked? And Warner Bros., we're going to talk about their deal and what's going on with all that in a bit. But they turned down Paramount's second bid or whatever. So who knows? We talked about how Paramount could backdoor, like CBS could backdoor, get AEW off fucking TV and leave it on streaming maybe. But sure, we'll carry your pay-per-views, but like we don't give a fuck about this Dynamite show on our TNT or whatever. I don't know. It's all going to come out. Everything's going to come to light, but these ticket sales don't lie, dude. This is where it's fucked up. And when we get to WWE news tonight, we're going to talk about how those prices have fucking doubled since TKO's taken over, yet they're selling out and they're doing over 10,000 every fucking Raw and every SmackDown, more or less. So again, Dynamite and Collision, this is tonight. Yeah, this was an earlier update on those ticket sales. I think we have a few more of those. Let's see here. That might have been it. AEW presents Full Gear. Prudential Center, Newark, New Jersey. This is November 22nd. It's set up for 8,500. They've sold 7,000 tickets. So this will probably beat TNA, Bound for Glory. Especially if there's like 1,000 comps in there, they'll beat that. Okay, good for them. But it's close, man. TNA and AEW are neck and neck with like PLE sales as far as like the tickets are concerned. So we talked about it before, but Warner Bros. Has announced that they are now officially considering acquisition offers. They will launch a comprehensive review of strategic alternatives for a whole or partial sale of the company. So again, if they can like split into two and sell a chunk, I don't think Zaslav really cares. He's backed himself into a corner where the only way out is a fucking money pit or a money train, like he either way, as long as a deal gets done, he's getting his bonus the way I understand this shit, or like just what we've read on the show. I don't know. I'm a fucking redact, but yeah, Warner Bros. They announced this like the other day, and then they started taking bids and whatnot. And we talked about Wrestle Dream before, and they experienced massive streaming issues on Amazon Prime. So who knows if Prime is going to continue to even carry them after this sale or whatever happens with that. If that happens, right? And Tony Khan was saying how he's like partnered with John Cena because they work for WBD and shit. We're going to talk about that in a bit. It's so cute. But we have more TV deal stuff here, I believe. So Netflix is set to make a huge bid to hopefully acquire Warner Bros. And this is via Unusual Whales. I don't know what Unusual Whales is. They have 2.5 million followers. Stocks, options, crypto market, news tools, not advice, poly market partner open, a tasty trade account, blah, blah, blah. But they are saying that Netflix is set to put in a huge bid to get Warner Bros. Netflix could do that and swoop in at the last minute. I mean, they would love to have all of that back catalog on Netflix. They would love to have Bugs Bunny and all that shit. If they do that, though, I don't know, dude. It's just game over. Like they'll either just get rid of AEW or they'll just figure out a way to fucking convince Tony to sell it to WWE or so. I have no fucking clue what that would lead. Netflix might not have any ties like that or give a fuck in that regard. They may just go, oh, cool. Now we have this AEW shit is on something we own until its contracts up, and then we just get rid of. Who fucking knows? This could all be innuendo as well. I'm just fantasy mark booking. Like if Netflix, all I'm saying is when it comes to like, what does WB own? Scooby-Doo, like all the Hanna-Barbera, Bugs Bunny, all the fucking DC catalog. Like Netflix would love to have that on their platform. No, like just that stuff alone, they're probably like, oh yeah, that'll be worth enough fucking ad space and streaming and tiers and all this shit. Oh yeah, that'll get the kids hooked in again, you know. So it wouldn't shock me if everyone's trying to make a fucking play at this, you know. HBO Max, though, in the midst of all of this, is raising their prices across all plans effective immediately starting today. The streamer will cost the following prices: monthly, $1 a month increase, now $10.99. Annually, now $109.99. Standard is $18.50. Annual is $185, pardon me, and then premium is $23. Annual $230 for HBO Max. So how many AEW fans can afford that? Let's ask fucking Dave Meltzer.
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
So I think they'll see a rise in fucking subscriptions, right? Because of this. So Warner Bros. Discovery puts itself up for sale. AEW, this is WrestleNomics, okay? AEW's most important business partner announces a review of strategic alternatives. So, like, no more fishbowl drownings and shit, unless it's in, like, movies with actual good actors and writers and shit you're invested in. So Niccolo Piccolo jumps in here. Or he just posts this. 2024, linear TV is dying. And this is according to medium.datadriveninvestor.com. So in 2024, linear TV is dying fast at Warner Bros. Discovery. Warner Bros. Financial numbers show linear television no longer makes money. And now the sickos are trying to fucking justify, well, it doesn't make, you know, linear's dead, so it doesn't even matter if they get no. Well, yeah, it does matter because they're taking up airtime. Other shows do better. Big Bang reruns will get 1 million. They sell fucking ad space still. It's still a thing. It's like saying, oh, well, Threads is doing the shits after everybody went there for like a week. Yeah, but like they're still doing deals trying to fucking partner with UFC and all this stuff. Like, you know, they're still doing that, man. It's still like, you know, you want to, if you're trying to have a digital footprint or a digital thumbprint or just like a media like WWE, they'll never take SmackDown off USA. They'll always have some shit on cable or network or whatever because they just want to have their fingerprints in everything. That's all it is. They just want to have a presence everywhere. And so if AEW wants to go in that direction, you all pretend it's like that. It isn't. It's not like that at all. And the linear television dying doesn't mean everyone's going to streaming and paying $30 for HBO Max to watch what? AEW, and then they're like, oh, and I'll watch The Pit or whatever. Like, what are you getting? Like, what is incentivizing people to go over there or even stay with them over the price hike? AEW can't be, or else, and this is the thing, they all say, well, WBD doesn't flaunt every rating they get. Yeah, because most shit isn't good. They flaunt the good shit. If AEW was doing this good that Dave and Bethel and all these fucking clowns lie about, it would be touted. Why? Because they tout the good shit. Period, man. That's how these fucking companies work. It's all about public perception. It's all about, we're going to make this announcement to shift the stock market this way. It's all about, they're fucking playing 4D chess with us plebeians, okay? And Niccolo Piccolo's trying to put everybody up on free fucking game. And some people are absorbing it. Some people are fucking drowning in it, crying in their fucking tears. And like, yeah, don't tell me that everybody's just, there's 500,000 watching on streaming. Everybody not watching it on cable is just watching it on streaming now. That's not true, man. The trends, the numbers, what we can look at objectively, bro, they're turning more and more and more and more people off. And this fan base, the core ones that people want to be gone, are just doubling, tripling down with bot accounts, sicko behavior, doubling, tripling down with these uber wacko sicko fucking accounts. It's just like, it's not going to work, man. You're just driving everyone away. I'm sorry. Like, you can sit there and be like, whatever, man, it's just an alternative. Okay, but the fishbowl is driving people away. Okay? It's funny because Matt Keane retweeted, blue skied me on Blue Sky, which is funny. When I went to post the show, like, I just go there and post the show. I don't interact on Blue Sky at all. But I had notifications, so I looked at them and I'm like, oh, he reposted the shit. And it's funny because it was like him versus Raj Giri. And Matt Kuhn was like, but objectively, this Wrestle Dream shit worked. And it's like, no, dude, it worked objectively in the building. But like, objectively, people are kind of split on this thing. People are split on whether this is good or bad. This fishbowl drowning thing. In the building, it worked. And in all the buildings, it's great that the buildings are getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And it's really working for the people you're whittling it down to, those extreme hardcores. It's like, but that is their subjective opinion, is that this fishbowl shit is good. And they're the ones going to the shows. Okay, you're just catering to less and less people. That's all you're fucking doing. Don't get mad at me for saying that. It's not my fault. I didn't get that triggered by the fishbowl thing because we've already seen everything in AEW. So it's like, oh, of course. What are they going to do? Solve a Rubik's Cube up his asshole next time? What is he going to do? What's Mox going to do next? Put a fucking a toothpick up his dick hole? Like, what's going on? You know, like, you what? Yeah, it's sicko shit. That's what that's what everybody's been trying to say. Like, there's nothing left to do. Okay, a drowning in a fishbowl. So then what's next? What's the next thing? If WBD does a sale to like Netflix, imagine, or Paramount, they're going to fucking laugh this shit. They might leave it just on streaming and then say, yeah, you can have a YouTube show again, but we want to cut your ad rev or something. Like, that's all that's going to happen. They're not going to take it serious. They'd probably just get rid of that and air reruns of other shit in AEW's place. Unless the significance of their investment in AEW has been making them so much money that we just don't know about, that's like invisible to our eyes. What else would be the incentive of anybody absorbing this a chunk of ownership of this company or partnership with this company? What would incentivize them to like stay invested in this? That's what I just don't understand, man. So moving along here, we talked about the fish tank spot and Sarah Stock. And Sarah Stock, former producer and coach for AEW, spoke against the fish tank spot in Jon Moxley versus Darby Allin's I Quit match. She said kids are going to end up dead trying this stuff. I mean, here's the thing, though. They could end up dead trying body slams. So it's like a weird game to play when it comes to wrestling, because it's all like, well, dude, you could pile drive someone and fucking break their neck. It should all be left up to professionals. Same with magic tricks, dude. There's magic tricks where you fucking slam your hand through a bag and there's a spike in there and you gotta, we've seen that go wrong. There's clips that have gone viral where people have gotten that wrong to people, like, willing participants and themselves. So, I mean, I don't know where you toe the line, but yes, this is garbage, though. And this is the overarching thing. It's fucking garbage. You have to be able to admit that. This is bullshit. People don't like this. Average folk don't like this. Doesn't matter what time it was on a pay-per-view. You have Tony Khan yelling about, it's a family-friendly company. And then they do shit like this. You got to pick a lane. You just got to pick a fucking lane, okay? And unless there's like a warning, oh, this is Dynamite After Dark. Unless that's what you start doing, then no, it doesn't really matter. You had the Rizzler promoting this show. Who do you guys think? Like, just, and Amanda Huber, no hate towards her. Ask yourself this question. Who the fuck watches the Rizzler? Okay, it's children and P3DOs. So that's who you're like, hey, come watch this shit. And then there's fishbowl drownings. Like, come on, man. It's sicko shit. Just admit that part of it. And speaking of the sicko shit, you know, Amanda Huber, she leaks some private text. I went over this in depth on the Member Monday show. I guess I just kind of double bookmarked it. But Jimmy Corderas, on his reffin' rant of the day, he talked about the low rent. Hey, was starting the match with the brawl at Wrestle Dream, was that low rent? He talked about it.
I get trying to be different and creative and trying to get people to talk about certain things. But what I saw on Saturday night didn't sit well with me. Hello, everyone. Former pro wrestling referee Jimmy Corderas with your reffin' rant for today. Check out the Ref That Up podcast. Check out Huge Pop Radio. Both great episodes. I know you're going to love them. So go find them. Anyway, the Wrestle Dream had its good points and its bad points. Started off, for some people, for the sickos, of course, it started off with a bang. Okay, this match between FTR and Jet Speed started on the pre-show with 5 minutes left in the pre-show. All of a sudden, people are saying, oh, are they going to fly through this match? Is it going to be a quick one? No, it continued into the pay-per-view. I get the logic. You're saying, well, you're trying to get people to tune into the pay-per-view, especially those last-minute guys who are undecided. Guess what? People who are going to tune into the pay-per-view have already decided they're going to tune in and buy the pay-per-view. You're not going to get somebody to shell out $40, $50 at $7.59. It ain't happening. So what you did was you shortchanged the audience watching on the pre-show by not giving them the ending of the match, and you also shortchanged the pay-per-view buyers because you didn't give them the beginning. Chances are a lot of those people watching the
yeah, like, here's the thing. This is where I debate, and Jimmy, well, let Jimmy
pre-show were going to buy the pay-per-view anyways, but you know what? I don't think it made a complete difference. It's like ending a hockey game with 5 minutes left in the third period.
No. It's not like that, Jimmy. It's like fucking you turn on. This is what it's like. Hey, it's Oilers Panthers. I turn it on, and then fucking Tampa versus New Jersey's in overtime. And I got to watch their fucking overtime in their shootout when the puck should be dropping and they're delaying it for 30 minutes. That's what it's like. Okay. And if you're an unexpecting consumer, but here's where I actually take AEW's defense on this. And I think everybody's looking at this the wrong way. The 100,000 people watching the fucking tailgate brawl are the 100,000 people that watch Collision on its lowest. Some of these ratings, they've been doing 100,000 and some. We figured it out. There's about 130,000 sickos that'll tune into every Collision. It doesn't matter if Dynamite could be on at 4 a.m. on a fucking Sunday. They'll tune into this thing. They love it, right? And Dave Meltzer, he adds 30%. So he's like, oh, 180,000 buys on the pay-per-view. So let's say like their pay-per-views are doing about 100,000. Because I don't believe Dave's numbers. Let's say their pay-per-views are doing about 100,000 or so, or just under buys. It's just that core group of fucking people anyways buying the shit. Like, what was the rating on that tailgate brawl Collision or whatever? Like, what's the rating on the pre-show? And then the people watching that pre-show who might have not bought the pay-per-view, they might feel robbed. The people who just watch the shit on TV and are like, okay, I don't know, I have Max, or like, oh, am I going to buy this pay-per-view? Like, if there was anybody unexpecting shit, they might feel robbed. The people just watching on the linear cable, the linear shit, you know? So maybe that's a good point, but what are they robbed of? I mean, that pay-per-view, like, they probably wouldn't have been able to sit through that whole pay-per-view. of all those fucking matches. If they're just like casual blokes who are like, yeah, I'm not buying the pay-per-view, but I'll watch the fucking, or they're just people watching the thing and then illegally streaming it after. So that's just how the world works now. So I actually defend AEW on this.
Or ending a baseball game in the 7th inning if you're watching the pre-show, or starting in the 3rd inning, starting the game or starting the hockey game in the 2nd period. It just doesn't make sense, guys. You start it off like you know what you're doing and you have a plan, and it's thought out, time-wise. The show starts at 8. The first match, the opening, starts at 8:03 or whatever it is.
Right. So again, you have like hockey games, puck drops at 7:30. You turn it on, you got to watch an overtime. It goes to a shootout. You're like, fuck, whatever, though. I got to see the shootout, and the puck dropped fucking 30 minutes later. That happens all the time. So yeah, just put it out there like that. That would be my rebut to that. And again, I'm not fucking hating on Jimmy or anything, but I defend AEW in that they tried something new, and you're not being robbed of anything because FTR was just promoted for the pre-show. So you got robbed if you only watched the pre-show, and we're really looking forward to the end of that match. Speaking of, the show in general, we talked about how, well, this is what Tony Khan had to rebut and say about people's opinions about it being low rent and dangerous and all this shit. Tony Khan said, "Thank you all who watch AEW. I thought Saturday was amazing. It's all subjective opinions. I thought that Wrestle Dream was a tremendous pay-per-view where everyone stepped up. Plus, I'm so excited as we're back on TV very soon for Wednesday Night Dynamite this Wednesday." It's funny how he's like, for Wednesday Night Dynamite, here's the time, this Wednesday. It's cute. But yeah, dude, it is just subjective opinions at the end of the day. But I will defend the people hating on AEW a little bit and just say this. Again, when you have Taco Bell commercials interrupting Jack Perry promos, and you have the lights going out during matches, and it's not part of a gimmick or anything, it's just lights are going out. When you have feeds blacking out, and recently Prime didn't even work for your fucking pay-per-views, like, you don't get the luxury or the benefit of the doubt of people going, oh, it's just a common mistake, whatever happened. I was seeing something about, before we did the AEW news portion, that people on one of the streamers for AEW was like down. The show wasn't on, even just tonight. So I don't know what was going on there. I'm sure the Dirt Sheets will talk about it tomorrow. Time Cop. But you don't get the benefit of the doubt. People are going to be like, oh, it looks like you don't know how to time things and shit. And you got to kind of take that one on the chin. But an AEW star responded to the claim that the opening seemed low rent. So let's see what star this was. Nyla Rose says, it actually doesn't. Posts like this, however, do scream, hey, I'm going out of my way to discredit a promotion for trying something to make the heavily scripted world of professional wrestling seem wild and unpredictable. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Because if your first thought watching this isn't, damn, that match is so intense they didn't even finish up before the main show, or at least questioning the legitimacy, pretty much the entire goal of anyone in professional wrestling, then you're just an asshat with a chip on your shoulder or someone in your pocket. No, I don't think it's that. I think you just don't get a pass when you have all these fuck ups, Nyla Rose. You were good, and then you just took it a little too far. You can't accuse people of shilling when, like, you guys are on Team Dave Meltzer. Okay? You're not allowed to fucking do that. Again, we're talking about the benefit of the doubt and leeway here. I'm sorry, but you don't really get any when Xfinity malfunctions prevented Wrestle Dream orders. So Xfinity's fucking up. Tonight for Dynamite, I saw it right before we did this segment. Someone posted again. I don't know if it was like it starts with an S. I'm so sorry. One of these fucking things weren't streaming Dynamite when it started. So if that is true tonight as well, and Taco Bell interruptions and shit like that, I mean, and the feed cutting out and the lights going out and stuff, I mean, yeah, people will say low rent, and you got to take that one on the chin. It sucks, but it is what it is, man. So circling back here to Matt Jackson, one of the bosses, right? Because we give Tony Khan a lot of shit, but the bosses here are the Bucks and Kenny as well. And Matt Jackson says the days of the Young Bucks and Omega getting to share a ring are counting down, making the most of the chances they get. So like, hey man, our days are counting down. We just completely fucked up this company. Like, what happens if when the Bucks go away and then let's say they're just like retired at home, or are they always behind the scenes in creative until they're old and gray? Like, what happens, you know? Like, what if they leave and then shit gets better for AEW? That would be the ultimate fucking. Oh man, that would be so good. So, the Bucks had this to say: there's magic in the ring when we stand in there with Kenny, whether it's on opposing sides or together. There's definitely chemistry like no other. I don't take it for granted either. The days of seeing us all share a ring are counting down, so I always make sure to take it all in. So if there's an opportunity to perform together, you better believe we're all going to take it and make the most out of it. And they told that to Justin Barrasso there at Undisputed. And we have some other news here. MVP says that the reports of him having heat with Speedball Mike Bailey were straight bullshit, and he lashes out at the dirt sheets. Right? And MVP is always quick to call those guys out. Put me over. Just saying.
You fucking mark!
He goes, at no point did I ever say that I dislike Speedball Mike Bailey. I don't have an issue with Speedball. We work together. We see each other, we shake hands, and we keep it moving. Like, there's no issue there. I don't have any problems with any of the talent that I work with at AEW. Mike Bailey's one of the nicest guys around. That's bullshit, just straight bullshit. Never been a fan of the dirt sheets, and there's a reason that they've been historically called the dirt sheets. You're getting the dirt. And my personal opinion is that these people are leeches on my profession. They make a living off my profession, and they give absolutely nothing. I don't have any. You know what MVP told me? He was like, you're pretty sharp, kid. Like, you're pretty spot on with your analysis of this. And he's like, I don't really do dirt sheets, but good work or whatever the fuck. That's what he said. I swear to God. Swear to fucking God. I wasn't on the phone with an hour with amazing red like JD, but hey, I'm over here now with MVP. No. But he says they make a living off my profession and they give absolutely nothing. I don't have any respect for that dirt sheet gossip and the reason I'm saying that is because what I do is okay. Okay. This is a circus shit show. This isn't the news. Okay. I'm retarded. Don't come to me for serious news. This is funny time. Okay. This is let's mark out about shit and talk shit about shit. All right. So MVP says, I don't have any respect for that dirt sheet gossip because overwhelmingly what I see being reported is just not true. And I'm not going to spend much more time addressing it because I'm a professional. And what happens in the locker room and what happens in the office should stay in the locker room in the office. You as fans should be able to watch the product and enjoy it without being concerned about who's beefing with who in the locker room and all that. I disagree with MVP in this. We're concerned about like, when we hear stories in like football and shit, oh, these guys are beefing. And remember when Draymond Green was like knocking dudes out on his team in the locker room? Like that shit went viral. Like people like to talk about that even back in like the no DQ days. People speculate even before the internet. Well, oh, does Macho and Hogan really have beef? So it's sort of a part of wrestling. Like what's real and what's a work, brother. So I don't think there's any stopping that. And that's not. But the rest of what you're saying, you're spitting, right? For sure. Okay, moving along here. I think we do have maybe a bit more MVP. So let's actually scroll through here and see what's going on here. So MVP has told wrestlers in AEW that they're doing too many false finishes in matches. No shit. Yeah, no fucking doubt, man. We've been saying that since day one. So again, hopefully MVP can fucking change things back there, but I doubt it. He just gets hit pieces written about him, like from fucking Dave Meltzer and all that. So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Speaking of damned if you do, damned if you don't, Tony Khan. Well, we'll talk about Tony. We'll circle back to Tony Khan. So Eddie Kingston says, I must have quit this company 8 times while out with injury. So while he was out with his injury, doing Muay Thai and all the shit he's talking about, I quit this company 8 times. He's one of these guys in his mental too much. And like, I quote tweeted this and I don't agree with like the fat thing, you know, it's like what, well, I mean, okay. He's pleasantly plump. Okay. My mama says I'm big boned, right? So We don't need to be so harsh on him. All right. But he is a chunky monkey. But he just doesn't like take himself seriously almost. Do you guys get that vibe? Like, he could be so much more. This is apparently what Claudio and Danielson and shit had heat with him on the indies for. They were like, dude, take yourself seriously. What the fuck are you doing? And so while he's out with this knee injury, like the only injury I've ever seen him get, I think it's the only time he's ever been out. He was out for so long. Comes back. He's not in like crazy shape or anything. And he's like, I'm doing my Muay Thai. And then he's like, mentally, he quit the company 8 times. Why would I even come back to this? The humanity. Like, come on, Eddie. Quit fucking doubting yourself so much. Jesus Christ. Eddie Kingston should manage people and just talk shit on behalf of people in AEW. You don't need to wrestle, bud. Just become a mouthpiece and manage like a group. Here's the one thing with Tony. He's open to valets and managers just valeting and managing people, where that's sort of a lost thing in WWE. Even Kiana James is like taking matches, right? So more of that. And Eddie Kingston, just put together your group of like street guys and like talk shit on behalf of them the way Conan did for LAX or whatever, you know? So AEW coach Scotty 2 Hottie announces his engagement. Good for him. Kevin Von Erich, speaking of legends, we talked about Charlie Thez earlier, and Kevin Von Erich says that AEW is changing pro wrestling for the better and praises Hangman Page. My brothers and I wanted wrestling to come to a point. We kind of wanted to change it, and I'm telling you, AEW today is reaching that. It's there. I'm telling you, it's athletes. I've watched the Hangman. Their champion is the Hangman. God bless Kevin Von Erich. You know, God bless him, dude. There's other athletes that are really good. I mean, they don't waste motion. They don't hesitate or anything. To hesitate is to lose. In wrestling, you react quickly. That's the whole thing. My sons are going to be there. It's going to be a great night. Yeah, I won't hate. You'll never get me to hate on Kevin Von Erich. So the Hangman, it's a great name. It's a great right. So Adam Copeland, his current AEW return status is revealed amid his television absence. And so they wrap up the Percy Jackson thing, I think sooner than later. What is it? He plays Ares, the god of war. And so he's also in the Beekeeper too. And so Adam Copeland might be gone for quite a while. I heard an allegedly, and again, this is an allegedly. I'm not a dirt sheet. This
Allegedly.
Okay. But someone told me that, I mean, and I would fucking, and this could all be rumors and innuendo, right? If this person, it wouldn't be the first person this time this person was right about something, okay? But that Copeland is like, he will be done after filming, or and his whole thing is like, just be professional. He might be done in AEW, right? Because his deal was like until next year, but they don't freeze it. They don't freeze your contracts in AEW for when you go and film stuff. Like when Samoa Joe, if you get hurt, Tony can freeze your shit. When that shit went down with Rey Fenix, there was wrestlers like looking over their contracts to make sure like them not being on TV or doing filming stuff, that wouldn't freeze them. Like they had to make sure. Edge allegedly was one of those fucking people. If Edge takes all this time off to film shit, his deal with AEW, I think, is up in that time. I think it's like September of like this next September coming up. You know what I'm saying? Like a year from this past September is when I believe his shit is up or whatever. Just puzzle piecing the shit together, right? I don't know though, but someone told me like, no, his deal, like it will be up when he comes back and or when he's supposed to be coming back. And that's why you haven't seen Beth Phoenix and all this shit. So who knows? Even Dave doesn't know. And I think it's because they're playing their cards closely. Because why wouldn't you? And why wouldn't Beth Phoenix and Edge want to be a part of what WWE is going on right now? And yeah, I mean, some people might not want to work for Triple H, but it took Tony Khan this long to pull the trigger on Edge and Christian. And then he might fumble it all. Like, who's going to care about them being reunited again in a year when Edge is back from doing both this movie? Or here's the thing. It might not be a year. I'm being I'm exaggerating. Like Edge won't be in every episode of that show. So maybe he's on set for, it's a big production though, man. I mean, he might be on set for a lot of shit for that. The Beekeeper movie, he might film his shit. It might take a week. He might be there for 2 weeks, you know? But at the end of the day, man, how, like, he's not being frozen for that. So how many months is he gone? And then he just pops back up to do shit with Christian again randomly. And they're not in like the title picture. And we just saw FTR pile drive a woman and there's no payback. There's no nothing for it. It's just a mess. And it's because Tony Khan doesn't know what he's doing. And he's not good at scheduling these guys' Hollywood shit around when their deals are up. And this is why Jade Cargill just like lost and gone. Just lost and dipped out. Went through our every fucking woman on the roster, more or less. Loses, gone. Sting just, hey man, you go undefeated, vacate the tag titles, save Darby, never lose, never anything. Just come through, clean out all of our tag guys, clean out a bunch of our top guys, never lose, don't even lay down for Darby. Like, he just doesn't know what he's doing. And Edge, it's like they just set up this whole thing with Beth Phoenix. Okay, he could be out of there in a fucking next September. Okay, is when I guess Edge is the fuck out of there. So, and I don't know though, I'm just a bozo. We talk about legal stuff though, and pressing legal matters and looking over deals. So David Otunga disagrees with me, and he believes the judge would rule in Andrade's favor if he took WWE to court. Rule you. And so he says, under this non-compete clause, technically a talent could sign a contract. WWE could turn around the next day and fire them for no cause and then say, hey, we're not going to pay you for 1 year and you can't wrestle anywhere else for 1 year. This is in the contract. This would be enforceable, presuming this contract is valid. They don't want talent to take them to court and challenge this because a judge would likely rule this invalid. The fact that you're preventing somebody from working to support themselves in their given field for an entire year and you're not compensating them, I don't know how they could enforce this. If he were to take this to court, I think a judge is no, it's not work anywhere though, David. It's like he could work at, he could serve tables or he could work at a fucking Lowe's or whatever. He can't work in, or unless it's just literally you can't work anywhere else, but he could go, he just can't do TV or sports entertainment shit or take any like movie, or he could probably take a movie role. Because a lot of these movies, man, it's about like when they announce a movie, this movie's in production now. It's about like a 2-year window or more before you see the goddamn thing, right? So he says, if he were to take this to court, I think a judge is very likely to rule in his favor and just throw out the entire clause in the contract. You can't prevent somebody from earning a living for an entire year. In television, though, specifically. Because there's no competes even in like some of these big YouTubers will try that shit. They'll be like, here's a no compete. You can do whatever work, but you can't work for channels like this. And they'll give you a list. I've had those before where I've worked for for a big YouTube channel, multiple channels, right? This company, they run big channels, and they had me sign a thing that was like, I could work for like independent YouTubers, or I could work for like, I could write for websites or work wherever, but I just couldn't make YouTube content or work for like these other, and they listed, and like others like that. They'll use vernacular like that, others like that, or whatever the fuck, similar channels. So like even I've had that in like different, not just sports and entertainment, but like if I went and got a job at a fucking Taco Bell, they can't prevent you from doing it, right? So I'm not saying, hey, go sweep the floors, Andrade, but he's made money. Like he'll be okay. But yeah, this is why wrestlers don't unionize. And this is why they're hesitant to do this. Like, and this is why WWE and pro wrestling companies, not just WWE, AEW, WCW, they're quick to just settle this shit outside of court so that this doesn't happen, because it's not good for the promoters. And if Tony actually cared about that shit, he would fucking call it out himself, and he would start a union for the boys and shit, but he's never going to do that. So we have here Mercedes Moné news. So Mercedes Moné had this to say, or actually the Winnipeg Pro Wrestling co-owner Devin Bray had this to say about her. that Mercedes Moné's involvement with their Rumble in the Bird 3 event took them to a new level. Yeah, I think they sold like 2K tickets roughly for that. And obviously, Mercedes has added a lot of prestige and excitement. We attracted, I'd say, a couple hundred more people who didn't know we existed, who live here and are wrestling fans. So it just took us to a whole new level. And I literally made this argument the other day before seeing this quote, like a couple hundred people to an indie that draws a few hundred people or 500 people or 1,000 people. That's all the difference. A couple hundred people is like, holy shit, we actually made money on this thing, you know? So good for her and good for them. And, you know, we're going to talk about Tony Khan's thoughts on all this. And he actually addresses whether she's getting paid or they're getting paid, or when it comes to Mercedes Moné being on the indies. But Moné now has 12 belts. My math was right. But it's because they announced some of these matches before other matches get announced and done. So she's 12 belts Moné. Okay. Canadian money. Look at that shit. Some fucking brown ones there, buddy. Counting them fucking browns and reds there, bud. She got a pocket full of toonies there, buddy. Damn, dude, the Burt paid her. She got fucking paid for that show, dude. That's what I'm saying, though. Here's the thing, like, she's already rich. She was from WWE, so she doesn't really care about, and then after the AEW deal, like, she's rich. But Moné's actually being smart by, and she's always kind of done this. She's always had just like Sasha stands from WWE, and then she's carving her own, like, these are my fans, almost separate from AEW. The way she goes at Meltzer. The way she goes at Meltzer sort of separates her from, it's like the CM Punk thing. Moné just has her own section of fans, and eventually, like, wherever she goes, there is a chunk of people, even if it's 200 people in Winnipeg and 200 people in, you know, Texas or whatever the fuck, they'll kind of follow her where she goes. And this does help these indies. Now, is Tony Khan forcing them to give up their belts? No. I'm sure that they are under the impression that they're going to get her back to drop these titles to their people. Okay? That's the only way this would go down and make sense. But if Moné drops all 12 titles to one person, and then that person has to go, and then Tony swindles them, like Statlander beats Moné, and then she goes and drops the titles on all these indies, and then they draw less because it's not Moné, then that would be a fuck up. But until that happens, man, I'm not even gonna knock it. I got a lot. Because, like, we're seeing these promotions be like, no. Like, we saw people clown that 10 show in Denmark or whatever the fuck. Bro, there wouldn't be that many people there if she wasn't there, though. And that indie promoter appreciates the shit out of it. And I agree. You can't name any of these fucking titles. But the Battle of the Burt Winnipeg Women's World Title, or whatever the fuck it is, the WWW. Hey, I know about this promotion if I didn't before. More people are talking about it, like if they can do a better job of pushing all these belts. But I challenge people to name all of Ultimo's belts either, who aren't like uber smarky wacko marks, you know. I'm a pro wrestling historian. Okay, wacko, chill. You know, we read them on the air. Actually, I'm gonna read them right now because the conversation, because people are saying, okay, Mercedes Moné is Ultimo Moné, and she even used that graphic, Mercedes Ultimo Moné, at the pay-per-view, and it's just uber smart shit. Who holds the record for the most titles held simultaneously in pro wrestling? I'm just going to ask Grok because it'll give a fucking list. I did this the other day. In pro wrestling, list them, please. And so, yeah, we'll see. But Moné has 12, and then what it is Ultimate War. What it is Ultimate Warrior. Ultimo Dragon has 10 titles simultaneously, 11 if you count one of the 6-man tags he had. But the 6-man title, people don't count that because it wasn't like an individual title. So Monet beat his record. She has 12 titles. Ultimo Dragon's feat occurred from December 29, 96 to January 97. Okay. And so that was like a month, not even a month, actually. That's what, 5 days or whatever the fuck. During a cross promotional period involving WCW, New Japan, etc. So, pardon me. Ultimo Dragon held the J Crown, which is a unification of 8 junior heavyweight titles. So it's like the NWA junior heavyweight, the AWA, the WWF light heavyweight, the WCW cruiserweight, the fucking blah, 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 New Japan, IWGP junior heavyweight. All of those 8 titles combined make up the prestigious J Crown. So the J Crown, I'm sure there's lots of marks who could name them. And also Ultimo, you drop the J Crown all. Didn't he drop it all at once, or did he lose these belts? Like, someone has to give me a history lesson. But ultimately, does the War 6-man tag title, WCW cruiserweight title, WWF light heavyweight title, NWA World Junior light heavyweight title, War International Junior Heavyweight, UWA World Junior Light Heavyweight, British Commonwealth Junior Heavyweight, NWA World Middleweight Championship, NWA World Junior Heavyweight Championship, IWGP Junior Heavyweight. He held all those at once. So just holding the IWGP Junior Heavyweight, one of those NWA titles, the British Commonwealth one, and then the WCW Cruiserweight and WWF Light Heavyweight titles all at once, I think that usurps like any prestige Monet could possibly have gathered with like these random tent show titles and shit, right? Like Ultimo's still over Mercedes, but it is funny that everybody's getting triggered over this shit. And shout out Mercedes Monet, I guess, counting up her "We Getting Canada Money, We Getting Canada Money." So let's talk about Dynamite for a second. We got some more news to get to. We got Tony Khan cringe and just what people think about AEW. We talked about it being garbage. I'm going to check chat, and we have a Monet. Speaking of Monet, we have a Monet segment right now with her puppet, and she has a cake, and she has 12 titles. We also got Tony Khan on screen being cringe as fuck with the Young Bucks. They're going to fight FTR. So again, he just has no original ideas. He's going back to Bucks FTR, but just the roles are reversed. The Bucks are kind of face now, and FTR heel. So so Renee's doing the CEO dance. Here comes Real Monea. So Lincoln Hawk for 5 says AEW has a unique problem. The top of the card brings the show down instead of up. The pay-per-view up to the main event, and Monet was a decent show. Yeah. It's because it's a bunch of folks who largely got over in WWE system, and they knew they were pushed the right way and had good creative filters. And it was people who knew how to book them to their fucking strengths. And Tony Khan doesn't have that ability to do that, Lincoln Hawk, as we've learned so many times. Cash Monet for 5 says they didn't try something new. They fucked up the timing and had no choice but to start the show because that's when they scheduled it. No, they didn't fuck up the time, buddy. So on the pre-show, they were selling it as like you could tell it was the phoniest, fakest shit ever. They were sitting there like, oh, and they're just doing the entrances. What? My God! And there's only 6 minutes of this match. And then before they ran out of time, the match, I was watching it. They were rushing, trying to get to a finish. Was like they were all just doing crazy ass shit, trying to get to a finish before it went off air. and then it fucking started, and then they went another like 10 minutes with spots that started with them brawling in the ring. I mean, it 100% without question was planned that way. It's just a matter of if you like it, that if you liked it or not, you know, instead of doing an opening package of like, this is Wrestling Dream and da 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 da, like AEW does, like all these wrestling companies do. They tried something new. This is when they ran out of time for the main event. So that's what fucked them up. But Tony Khan stuffs 15 matches on there. When you put 10 matches on, some people are going to go over 2 minutes. And we've seen it. I've documented the fucking Tony Khan's reaction backstage. Oh, no, I gave you more time. Give him 5 in the 30. So, you know, they fucked up at the end of the show. If they didn't do that, then they wouldn't have had to rush the finish. So overall, was it a good thing? No. Was it fun for the people in the building, like Matt Kuhn was saying? Yeah, it was good for the people in the building. They're into it. But they also are into like fishbowl drownings and shit. So, or their grandmas who won tickets and took their grandsons or whatever, like we covered on the show as well. So I don't know, man. It is what it is. But yeah, they did try something new with that thing, but they did fuck up, just not the timing. It just fucked up as far as like online perception. But then again, the same people saying they fucked this up are the same people I see defending how the internet marks dislike Jey Uso's video, Royal Rumble win video on the WBD. And it's like, well, which is it? You know, is it just online people being mad about the fucking FTR thing? Just like it's just online people being mad about the Jey Uso thing? Yes, but the AEW sickos are mostly online people. You know what I'm saying? Lincoln Hawk for 2 says you can get Kingston back with a KFC gift card. Oh, come on. That's not very fair.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Oh, come on, Lincoln Hawk. That's not very fair. There's a cake out there. If KFC was going to lure him out there, I'm sure that he would be out there for this cake right now, for this delicious cake. Chat me up about a healthy Eddie Kingston. Mike Sauceles for 5 says Owen Hart Cup title doesn't count. It's like winning Stanley Cup. It's a fucking trophy. Yeah, but you are the world champion that year. Like if you win the Stanley Cup, you're the world champion until the Stanley Cup is determined for the next time, right? Or until the playoffs start. You're still the champion. So it count. I was thinking about that the other day. It's like, so what? Do they fucking, when the Owen Hart tournament rolls around again, does she win it again? And then does that count as a second title on top of the 13 or whatever? I just don't know. Thank you guys so much for all the wonderful contributions. Guys, hit like, hit subscribe. There's almost 300 watching. You can super chat, you can gift a membership, you can become a member for only 99 cents, get access to my bonus shows weekly. I do a bonus show every week, and that's so you can support, or just hit like, leave a comment, run it up to 100 likes, or Jericho's going to do a run in. I appreciate you all. We got a lot to fucking get to as Mox is being cringe in a bathroom. This is him just literally practicing his shit in front of a mirror. I do it best when I practice in front of a mirror. Guys, 100 likes or Jericho runs in. Let's run. We got to get likes for fucking these segments. We're cooking here tonight at PWT. Okay, let's get back into some
Wrestling's not fake!
So we have some Tony Khan cringe, and we have Tony Khan sort of getting roasted and people getting angry at him. And we have some Tony Khan EFAP action, which is going to be awesome. So Tony Khan talked about Jon Moxley, and he says that to him, Jon Moxley is like their Harley race. So I can't remember. I think it was Paul Walter Hauser. Someone else compared Jon Moxley to, I don't even remember. Okay. But Tony Khan was like, Jon Moxley's our Harley race. And so Ace Steel got fucking pissed about that. Of course, he worked in AEW, of course, infamously bit Kenny Omega, threw a chair at a Buck's head or whatever. And he's not happy about Tony Khan comparing AEW star to to John Moxley to Harley Race. And he says, count this as one of the dumbest and most blasphemous things I've ever read. Utter crap, really infuriating, zero comparison. So Khan's quote was, he's won the most championships. He's traveled the world. He's a hardened veteran. He's from the Midwest. He's a straight shooter. And he's a great person who's respected by his peers, who takes no... Mike Bailey would beat Moxley's ass in a real fight. Who takes no gruff and is so respected as a pro wrestling veteran. Many times in John Moxley's matches, it's observed it was like watching a great Harley Race match, or even some of Harley Race's great matches in Japan. Remind me of some of the great John Moxley matches. And by the way, Warner Bros. Might be sold to Disney soon, so then this impression will be really fitting. There's a lot of great influence and a lot of great wrestlers that contribute to John Moxley, but Moxley's also an incredible, very unique personality in the world of pro wrestling. I think it's really cool that he draws comparisons to such a great champion like Harley Race. No, dude, you fucking drew the comparison. I don't know if anyone compares him to Harley Race. I think Harley Race had way more respect than that from his fucking peers, but some people did stand up for Tony Khan. Right. And again, we can't defend the garbage, and we can't defend how fucking ridiculous AEW has become. Like, I'm sorry, we've talked about this ad nauseum, but fishbowl drownings and shit, it's garbage. It is what it is. Okay. But we can defend Tony Khan in what he had to say about Wrestle Dream. Like, he shouldn't get attacked for saying, I personally loved it and it's all subjective. He thinks Moxley's like Harley Race. Okay, cool. Some people think it's utter blasphemy. I don't get triggered by it. It pisses Ace Steel off because he knows Tony Khan and he knows that he shouldn't be the authority on any of this shit. I say it all the time. Tony Khan isn't the authority on, well, wrestling's a tough thing and I've been doing it for 30 years and I've been booking for 6 years now and it's really hard. People ask him, like, how do you stay fresh with creative? Bro, he's had 6 years of bad creative. There's no, maybe you can give him leeway on 1 or 2 years. And that's because Cody Rhodes was there. He's not the guy you should be asking about, like, hey, how do you stir shit up? What's it like booking 52 weeks a year? Like, he doesn't even know. He just bought his way into the history books. But JBL says, you ask him a question, what's he going to say? He's got to give you an answer, and he's got to give you an answer out of somebody on his roster. So what's he going to do? He's going to put over one of his boys. So I have no issue with it. I don't see the association that close of Harley Race and John Moxley as a great talent. Harley is one of these legendary guys. But I think when you take the context of what it was, you asked him a question. He had to answer it with somebody from his roster, and he gave you an answer putting over one of his boys. And that's just it, man. I'll never get mad at Carney promoters, Carney promoting their guys. And Tony Khan just beats around the bush and gives you non-answers. But one thing he does do and says is say, everything's great, and promotes the shit out of his stuff. Okay, so we're trying to give Tony some due here. He's in the media a lot lately. And also I give him due for this. I'll give him props for this. He's now he went on Busted Open. We're going to watch the clip of him and LaGreca. Of course, it had to be LaGreca. It can't be like Bubba and these other guys. Or maybe it was, and I'm a dumb fuck. But he's also letting his wrestlers go on Ariel Helwani again and shit like that. And that's why Darby Allin spilt that drink on his head. Because when you look up Tony Khan drinking stupid and shit, like Darby's on there doing the same thing. Now it seems like a bit. It's like a gag. Because Darby's going to bat for Tony Khan in AEW, right? And I will say that at least Tony Khan, like, someone got in his ear and said to him what I've been saying. Like, okay, some of these fucking streamers who have 20,000 followers on Twitter, and they're clearly just bots and NPCs, and all they do is sicko behavior defending AEW till they're black and blue, driving people off, and they're fucking pervy and weird, and they do streams and they get literally 0 fucking views. Okay. And then you have Will Ospreay doing fucking podcasts that get 100 views. And the fucking only thing that gets clipped out of that is when they ask him about WWE. All the dirt sheets run with it. Like, the only interesting thing is them talking about WWE. Thank fuck, man. you're letting these people go to Ariel and you're going on Busted Open again. Like, don't be triggered by that shit, Tony. Has everyone done their punishment or what? Like, now, Tony, now I'll come back on. Have you learned your lesson? It's like, no, dude, Tony learned his lesson on that one, and he knows, like, he has to do these bigger shows. He can't be all butthurt about the way people talk about AEW or the way they've covered them in the past. He can't fucking do that. It's not, he needs the eyeballs. He needs to try and get his superstars to appeal to the fucking masses. Fuck, man. Even Brian Alvarez is trying. Brian's waking up to this shit. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, live on YouTube. So Tony Khan, though, he talked about his interest on AEW expanding internationally. Okay. And he had this to say. Because we're talking about their thumbprint and their fucking imprint everywhere. And he says, I'm very interested in taking AEW and visiting more of Europe. I think so. Again, I'm right. So Phil Marks is right. All you fucking sickos hate me, but I said you should take AEW, tour Europe for a month, 2 months, do that every single year. Just do dynamites from smaller venues in Europe and shit and just really build a fan base before you go in there with these huge pay-per-views and fucking, oh, yeah, we're really looking at visiting more of Europe. I think there are more opportunities there. We've had great shows in the UK, particularly with shows in London. We've set records at Wembley Stadium, allegedly. And we've had great events in Cardiff, Wales, and I'm really excited about this year and expanding internationally. For the love of God, Tony, just build rings wherever you're at, okay? Buddy Matthews might never wrestle again because he fucking twisted his ankle in your janky shit. Just make sure you have rings. So Tony Khan talks about Darby Allin. He says Darby Allin returned from Mount Everest as another level of a great person. He was a great person before, but now he's another level. Literally. He's above sea level. He's the highest point in the world. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Some factoid about levels. Literally. He's another level of person, as in he went higher than other people and did a kickflip. So Tony Khan talks about Britt Baker, and he says she's still with AEW, and listen to what he says, that he hopes that she can still come back.
You what?
Buddy, you're the fucking boss, man. What are you talking about?
Stupid idiot.
He talks like he's not the guy who makes these fucking decisions. And this is what we say with accountability here at PWT when it comes to Tony Khan. There's never any accountability. They literally pushed this narrative the other week that because WWE had Andrade under contract and Tony Khan and AEW didn't look over his contract before contracting him to their show and put him on TV, because it's WWE's fault that Kota Ibushi got hurt. And that Andrade was put on TV because, like, they tried to spin that fucking narrative. It's like, where does any of this shit
The
go
best
to
guy is Tony Khan.
So Tony Khan goes, she's still with AEW and hopes she returns soon. What a great star in AEW Britt Baker has been. She's still a fantastic wrestling star. What? No, she's not. She's not on TV. She's not wrestling, bro. What are you fucking talking about? Luger, what is he on?
I don't know.
Me neither, buddy. Like, she's still a great wrestling star. No, she's not. She's not on TV wrestling on TV. Like, what do you mean? She's been away from AEW for a while, but still very much with us. And at some point, hopefully soon, I'd love to see Britt Baker come back. Hopefully, some point, hopefully soon, I'd love to see her come back. We'll call her. Call her, buddy. If I can tell her you put her in this tag tournament, like, what are you doing? So Tony Khan talks about Mercedes Moné, who you know he's on the phone with, and he says she's not really making money on indie bookings. So that video we saw of Moné throwing that Canadian money around that looks like Monopoly money, and she's throwing it around, and you know, she's all Rack City bitch on everyone. That's not her making money. What a weird thing to say. I mean, in comparison to what you're paying her, she's not making money. Indie levels, she's not making money, but what's not really making money to a billionaire? Seems like a weird thing to say about her. You just diminished all of these fucking titles more than you put them over, you know? So these feds, she's not really making money. She's just there stealing their titles. Oh yeah, that's gonna really fucking help the perception online of what everybody says about what you and Monet are doing to the indies and shit. Like, I don't know, man. She for sure gets a pay bump for helping Battle in the Bird out like she did. Moving along here. Tony Khan had this to say about Samoa Joe. He said, I'm very proud to have Samoa Joe in AEW, and I'm very optimistic that eventually, whenever Samoa Joe does decide to retire from the ring, I'm very hopeful and optimistic that Samoa Joe will stay with us in AEW and be a mentor to the wrestlers. So Tony doesn't have a PC. He doesn't have an indie fed. He could own an indie fed. $3.6 million a week. So, Dave, you talked all this shit. Now he looks stupid when he cuts corners and he says that he can't. He looked into doing training, but he can't do it. $3 million a year could easily facilitate some sort of indie fed you run in front of no one, where you film everything, put it on YouTube, and grow some of these guys and have some AEW names, like do an NXT thing, bro. There's no reason it couldn't do that. 1 week's worth of the TV deal you can't invest into shit. That's how you know that they're not making the fucking money that Dave Meltzer and all these idiots fucking lie about all the time.
Just
right
in,
there.
we have confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
But when Tony says, hopefully these guys can stay and mentor, what does that mean? Like, so you just keep them on the roster. Joe, you're just, you're on this, you're paid, you're employed. Just come to every show. And what? Like, where are they learning? It's so stupid. Set up a structure. Set up a foundation that pays wrestlers and pays guys like Ridge who need surgeries. Like, if it's just a weird charity thing, Tony, I just don't get it. But he goes, and my hope is that Samoa Joe will stay with us in AEW forever. Shad Khan's like, the Jaguars forever, Samoa Joe forever. I don't think Joe will stay with them forever. I think he'll go back to WWE, have a one-off, maybe like one last little run, you know, get inducted in the Hall of Fame, work with them behind the scenes and shit. I could totally see that happening before him staying with AEW forever, unless Tony Khan just offers him ungodly money to stay with him forever. In which case, that could happen, but I don't know, dude. I just think Samoa Joe, when people tell Tony, oh yeah, I could retire here. Edge did that. Oh, I could retire here. He's just saying that so that when he goes, I'm going to retire, Tone, I'm not re-signing. I'm not signing any contracts. And then they can just say, well, WWE called and I picked up the phone. Oh, I'm Edge again. Look at that. Right? That's what these wrestlers can do. It's what Joe can do. It's just an easy way to let him down. And not trying to blow up Joe's spot. He's the consummate profesh, but just, don't put that pressure on him, Tony. I really hope he stays forever. It's like one of those fucking boyfriends or girlfriends. I'll delete myself if you don't. If you don't stay with me. If you don't stay with me, I'll be really fucking sad. Joe, I really, really hope you stay with me forever. What are you supposed to do? What are you, okay, yeah, man, I'm retiring, Oh, shit, dude. So, speaking of legends, Tone, good old Tone over here, right? He goes, he speaks on Chris Jericho and he says, we'll see what happens with him in the coming months. I love Chris Jericho. He's a huge part of AEW. He's been here since the beginning. And I think we'll see what happens here in the coming months. But Chris is always a welcome, big part of AEW. We'd always want to have here. I absolutely am so grateful to Chris Jericho for everything he's done. It's great. And again, Jericho boldface lied on Opie and Anthony about like Sam Roberts called him out like, you're going back to the Fed. This was years ago. He's not going to blow up his own spot. He's teased it enough. I could even see Jericho doing this. Are you guys ready? Here's a little X-Files, because he did this to WWE already. So this isn't even insane. So Jericho, his deal was up and everyone's like, he's signing. He could be like, he's going to New Japan and all shit. Then remember, he showed up in that US title match or whatever on SmackDown. He showed up right before, like, his contract was up. He just showed up for SmackDown. Then he went to Nuge, and then he stayed in Nuge. Then he went to AEW. I could see him like showing up in AEW and then showing up in WWE last minute just to stir shit up. Or maybe he doesn't even, because that would blow his spot up too much. I did think that until I saw the Cruise lineup. I'm going to be honest. I thought like we might see Jericho in AEW again, but it'll be like a swan song, and he'll play into the whatever reaction they give him, and then he'll show up in WWE, because Tony would let him get away with that, right? He loves Jericho, and he will throw ungodly money at Jericho, and Jericho could be doing all of this just to get way more money out of Tony, because he knows Tony's a money mark. But here's the thing. Jericho's not dumb either. And again, he has more money. He has so much fucking money. So why does he need like 10 million more? He'll be happy with 2 million a year part-time to fucking, if they even give him that, just to get the Fanatics and the Fozzy bump and get the WWE superstars on his cruise and all that. But once I saw that he fully distanced from AEW with the cruise, that's it, man. And if they do add AEW Ring of Honor names last minute, okay, well, guess what? He announced that whole lineup with like 100 fucking names on there, and then he said plus more, and he didn't lead with any of them. Why? You think the names he announces after are going to be bigger? Maybe if something last second pops up where he's like, oh, fuck, we can get Britt Baker. We can get fucking like one of these names Tony lets me have. But I don't think that's a coincidence, guys. He went with all ex-AEW/WWE/TNA. And indies and like legends and shit. So that's not a coincidence, man. And yeah, speaking of WWE legends, Tony Khan talks about John Cena. And again, this is where I say like Tony Khan's not the fucking authority on this. Like this is like asking a fucking guy who did finger paintings that got auctioned off for like hundreds of dollars, what he thought about, or like thousands of dollars, what he thinks about a fucking, who paints one of these famous fucking, like the Mona Lisa or whatever. Like, who gives a shit? You have booked shitty wrestling for 6 years. This is like, who books MLW? It's like asking that guy what he thinks about, like, okay, it's decent. You do a decent job. You put on good shows. MLW can be fun. AEW, you've invested a lot into it, but like, okay, it's like asking the guy who is a coach in the NHL or like in the NFL or something, and their team's like the bottom team 3 years in a row. Or like he took over a successful team. They made it to the playoffs the first year. The second year, they got eliminated first round. And then every year since, they haven't even made playoffs. And then you're asking him about championship teams. That's like how it comes across. It's like, what the fuck? But anyway, so Tony Khan discusses the legacy of John Cena. Okay. And he goes, John Cena's an absolutely legendary pro wrestler who came into the space and became a huge star very quickly on television. No one asked you that. You're talking about his legacy. I mean, okay, I guess, yeah. But he's giving like a history lesson analysis like, Tony, you're a fucking smark, okay? Say, I was a fan of him. He's talking like I'm above being a fan of pro wrestlers. I'm fucking, I hire pro wrestlers. So the hierarchy of this is, oh, yes, Cena got over tremendously on pro wrestling television. What a great, his legacy, blah, blah, blah. No, you were a fan. You grew up watching him, bud. You're younger than him. I don't know if that's true, but I'll just, if I was at a casino, I'm betting Tony's younger by a few years there. So he goes, because he has so much charisma. So this is why he was a star.
He was a huge star very quickly on television because he has so much charisma, and he's one of the hardest working people, as far as I know, in pro wrestling. So he's hardworking and has charisma. It's not his pro wrestling ability. We're the standard bearers, though. I mean, if they saw Ospreay's wrestling, they would like him. They would have all liked him way better. So he says, I've never actually met John Cena, and I have a ton of respect for him as a wrestler. He seems like a wonderful person. Everybody I know that's worked with John Cena has only the very, very best things to say about him. He's known for being the utmost professional. I think he's also a very, very talented actor. I'm a huge fan of the Peacemaker show on HBO Max. Me too, dude. AEW Full Gear is presented by... Listen to this. AEW Full Gear is presented by DC. DC being the presenting sponsor. We have a great partnership going with DC. So even though I've never worked with John Cena in any wrestling capacity, we are partners now with DC. Oh my God.
You fucking mark!
Oh my
Wrestling's
God.
not fake!
Tony Khan, man, you couldn't be fucking more phony baloney. I'm partners with John Cena. Because he's on a DC show and we're partnered. DC, the comic books, are sponsoring our shit, and he's on a DCU show. And we're he was in Superman. We did ads with Superman. So we're partners now. I'm actually partnered with John Cena. Holy man. See, he's just desperate to be WWE. If they offered him a job in WWE, if Triple H said, hey kid, we want to buy AEW and you're like our new NXT and you can book it and shit and do all your ideas, but we own it and you're in our creative meetings for Raw and SmackDown and shit, he would be, he'd do it in a heartbeat, man. That's all he wants, bro. And this is so cringy to say we're partnered with John Cena. Hey Cena, are you partnered with what do you make of what Tony Khan?
Are you sure about that?
Oh, I thought so. That's madness, bro. Certainly on screen, one of the all-time greats. So on screen, he's one of the greats. And he came into the wrestling business after many of the top stars were either getting ready to retire or entering the final phase of their career. He really stepped up as one of the biggest wrestling stars of all time. Even though I've never met him or talked to him, I have a ton of respect for him. And we're partners. We're partnered with John Cena. John Cena is the antithesis of what
Are you sure about that?
And yet Tony can't wait to be like, I'm partnered with him. And I'm partner. What's that game? DC Online. And I'm partnered with Superman too and the rest of the Justice Squad. Oh shit, man. And so Tony Khan, he made an appearance on Busted Open. And I do give him credit. He talks about Chris Jericho here. We covered this before. But I do give him credit for being willing to let his wrestlers go on like Ariel Helwani and participate in Busted Open.
Somebody who is such a big part of the start of AEW, Chris Jericho. Chris's future, we haven't seen him on TV. Any update of what we might be able to talk about when it comes to Jericho?
Yeah, I love Chris Jericho. He's a huge part of AEW. He's been here since the beginning, and I think we'll see what happens here in the coming months. But Chris is always a welcome big part of AEW. We'd always want to have here. So I absolutely am so grateful to Chris Jericho for everything he's done. And you mentioned that AEW book, looking at the history. Well, Chris Jericho is a huge part of that history. The very first AEW World Champion.
Could you imagine? When does that book come out? January or is it November? I don't think it's December, but it was. Could you imagine though that book comes out? He shows up in the Rumble. He's on the cover of that book.
And somebody who's now a 9-time world champion and has won several of those championships here with us. So I am very, very grateful to Chris. And Chris is always a very welcome, huge part of AEW.
Somebody who is such a...
So again, we've talked throughout the evening about Tony Khan's, like, he speaks with this authority, like his company's actually done shit. And we talked about Sarah Stock and everyone burying like the garbage that is in AEW. Like, say what you want about it, man. You know, the fishbowl stuff, the fucking glass, the stabbings, the impalings, and all this shit. This is all, it's just garbage. Like, I mean, just flat out. Okay, it's my cup of tea. Okay, that's cool. Some people watch like these gory Faces of Death and Lucifer Valentine movies. Those are cringe. You're cringe as fuck. And you're in like a niche subsection of cringy fucking weirdos. If you can't admit that, you don't have any like self-awareness. I'm sorry. And like, this is, it toes that line. And when you have guys like the Rizzler, I talked about this earlier, like, okay, but you brought the Rizzler on this show to promote this shit to who watches the Rizzler? Kids and pedos. So that's who you're like, come watch this show to. And then there's fishbowl drownings. Like, what's going on? It's fucking stupid. And people are like, well, it's not a drowning. He was just trying to incapacitate him. Then why didn't he just leave the bull? At one point in the match, Moxley has Darby Allin passed out in a bulldog choke, and then he lets go of the bulldog choke. So if it was just to incapacitate him and make him quit, the implication is I'm going to drown this motherfucker. Sorry, guys. I'm way more logically sound than you. I actually pay attention to what goes on. It's not in one ear, out the other. I just see it blink and it's, oh, like I pay attention to what happened in the match. I'm looking for a story to be told here. You simpletons just want fucking move, death spot, false finish, finish. I'm sorry. That just doesn't work for a traveling TV live show. Like, you can argue with the wall about that. It's just the truth. And the perception of AEW is that it's goofy. And that Tony Khan's goofy. And we talked about Tony Khan. We have 2 videos to EFAP about him. But first, we have fucking, you know, this is the kind of mainstream publicity the Khan family gets talking about sports here.
I know
real
that
sports.
Shaka Khan, the owner of the Jaguars.
I know that Shaka Khan. Shaka Khan. I know that Shaka Khan. Oh my God. For Shaka Khan forever.
I know that Shaka Khan, the owner of the Jaguars.
Shaka Khan.
Shaka Khan, whatever his name is.
Oh my God.
Shaka Khan. Mr. Khan, how's that? He wants to be like that.
Buddy. Oh, buddy. Shaka Khan. Stephen A is fucking, he's dead, man. These guys are dead. Shaka.
He wants the all time. You have no idea.
And this is because this isn't just what I'm trying to show you here. It's not just AEW criticism. This is what they get with Fulham. This is what they get with the Jaguars. The Jaguars.
What you just done? Oh, I should just go to number 3 now.
Shaka Khan, Shaka Khan, Shaka Khan.
Jacksonville likes you.
Look at the pop
I
for
know
the.
that Shaka Khan, the owner of the Jaguars.
Shaka Khan.
What's his first name? Shaka Khan, whatever his name is. Shaka Khan.
Oh my God. It's a laughing stock. Let's go. Okay, so Trisha Paytas had this to say. Now, she's somebody who's crossed over into the mainstream. Trisha Paytas is someone who has fucking threesomed Adam 22 and his pregnant wife. Okay, she does corn and fucking co-hosted a podcast with Ethan Klein where he just like took advantage of her and made her like mukbang food on camera and drove her into fucking insanity and shit. Trisha Paytas, okay? And even she's like, nah, AEW sicko shit, dude. Are you serious? Like, listen to this. So this is crazy. This is like mainstream YouTube. So mainstream, not as far as like, she's not a household name like fucking Taylor Swift.
But she's a YouTuber that, like, if you're into YouTube, you know Trisha Paytas. You've heard of Ethan Klein and Trisha Paytas and the Try Guys and these people, right? So let's go over here to Ringside News. And Ringside News writes this article here. Pro wrestling can intersect with in a Venn diagram with any other sector of sports and entertainment. Now we're seeing a very interesting recipe that has resulted in a huge controversy outside of the pro wrestling world. In 2022, Ned Fulmer was fired from the Try Guys. So the Try Guys are these super ultra cringe lord motherfuckers, right? Just like these suburban married dudes who like started this YouTube channel where they try shit and they all invested in it together. It blew up. And then a handful of them, I want to say a few of them at least, have been caught up in controversies. Like they're cheating on their wives and shit. They got money, right? So now they're like, oh, I'm going to start cheating on my bitch and stuff, right? That's what these guys do. So, you know, he's the Try Guys. I was trying something strange. Oh, I'm over here now, honey. You can still raise the kids. I'll still give you my goo. Oh, So Andrew Try Clay there. But yeah, so he had an affair and with a woman in his company. So this affair broke company rules. And it was also a huge blow to their fan base. So all the fucking simps who watch them are like, oh, he cheated on his wife. I can't watch this channel. It hit hard because he had built his whole image around being a loyal husband and a family man. Yeah, dude. It's like those dudes who white knight feminist shit and then they turn out to be creeps. It's like a grift or not even a grift. It's like I don't know, dude. Right, me and my wife love each other, okay, more than anything in the goddamn world, like you read about. But like I sit here on this stream and I'm like, that hoa. I just called women bitches like 3 minutes ago. I mean, it's just, I'm a regular guy. What can I say? We all try. We're all Try Guys in this world. All we can do is try our best. Am I right, fellas? So it's like these guys who are, oh man, the beauty of, oh, you know, like it just becomes this like white knighting shit that it's inauthentic and shit anyways. So, but hey, it gets you millions of subs and shit, I guess. So more power to them. But then it blows up in your face when your virtue signal, whenever you start virtue signaling, that shit always blows up in your face. So Ned Fulmer, he was a producer for the team and he was a co-owner. It raised serious issues about power dynamics. The remaining Try Guys released videos explaining why they cut ties, etc. Fast forward, it's 2025. Ned Fulmer has come back into the spotlight with a podcast called Rock Bottom. If you smell...
Shut up, bitch!
Rock Bottom, because I'm a wrestler now. Get it, guys? The Rock's like, I will sue you, dude. People have had mixed opinions of this new podcast, especially since he had his now separated wife who hasn't forgiven him as a guest on his first episode. Bro, you couldn't simp any fucking harder. Oh my God.
Emotional damage.
So his wife, who hasn't forgiven him, agreed to fucking be a guest on the first episode. Fucking attention whores, man. Not her, but both of them, you know? Ned is trying things out once again, but he's avoiding the use of the word try by any means necessary. He's now more doing, fixing, and learning about things. Okay, who cares? Fulmer made his professional wrestling debut. This is why we're here, folks, okay? At an AEW Collision taping in Jacksonville on October 8th, 2025. He wrestled a dark match under the name Nasty Ned. Tony, you're letting anybody on this show Nasty Ned. Like, come on, this guy fucking try something clever, dude. Try some fucking artistic integrity. Oh, it's just my jobber name. What the fuck, Nasty Ned? Stop letting these influencers on your show, Tony. You're picking the wrong ones. Teaming with Angelico and Serpentico. The appearance sparked controversy due to the 2022 scandal. What? Because he cheated on his girl? Like, that really, realistically, that's nobody's business. I'm not saying go out there. Who cares, man? But, like, it sparked controversy. Where? Like, the sickos care about that, dude.
This brought a highlight video from Spill Sesh, and many more commentated on it outside the pro wrestling bubble, where Ned Fulmer has a huge controversy. During the Just Trish podcast, Trisha Paytas, her husband Moses Hackman, and Moses is Gila Klein. If you guys know the H3 podcast, Ethan Klein's wife is Gila Klein. Trisha Paytas is married to Moses, who's like Gila's fucking brother. And Trisha and Ethan, like, I don't know, go and look up that YouTube drama. That was just like, it was disturbing. It was like mentally ill. I'm not even gonna lie. But her co-host Oscar Gracie brought up Ned Fulmer trying out pro wrestling. And so needless to say, they were not here for the idea. They dragged Ned over it. And AEW came into the conversation. So this is what Trisha had to say. It wasn't even WWE or anything. It was some local regional wrestling. Local regional wrestling, dude. She then proceeded to drag Ned Fulmer's wrestling attire because he went with orange long boy tights that were not very appealing. After looking over the dismal viewership numbers for Ned's Rock Bottom podcast, they commented that this may be why he's trying out pro wrestling. Trisha Paytas went on to drag Ned Fulmer over his career choice to step in the squared circle. She also said it's nowhere near Logan Paul's level that he's reached in WWE. You're like a mom and pop backyard farm wrestling thing. Love the farm, by the way. Grew up on a farm, but I'm just saying, like, it's not giving Logan Paul at the WWE. It's not giving, that's what Ricochet was saying the other day. It's giving try hard attention whore or whatever. That's what girls say. It's giving Logan Paul at the WWE. It's so funny, man. So they just buried this guy, and it's unfortunate. Here's a clip right here. I think
Former Try Guys star Ned Fulmer is attempting a comeback to the public eye through wrestling. 3 years after his cheating scandal,
so
Fulmer,
AEW fucking signed this guy.
reportedly now
Or
named
something.
Nasty Ned, wrestled an untelevised...
Like, he's not even trying to get in shape. It's like, dude, here's the problem, right? The entertainment business is full of sickos, like all these fucking mentally ill people who want attention and shit, okay? And what happens is this guy is like, oh, I can backdoor it through wrestling. Like, oh, I can get in front of a crowd and maybe be accepted again and maybe get forgiven because my YouTube career's fallen off and I have no actual fucking skills. So let me just make a fucking mockery of this thing that I don't take seriously, that I think is fucking stupid, like pro wrestling.
match at All Elite Wrestling in Florida on October 8th. This pivot follows his recent return to the internet with a new podcast, Rock Bottom, where he and his ex-wife Ariel discussed the fallout of his infidelity.
Oh, man. So, yeah, man, people like in the mainstream are just calling this shit rinky dink, skin em a rinky dinky dink. And speaking of skin em a rinky doo, we have Tony Khan here with I might have called it a boat video in my description, but it's a cityscape here, and I was on the fly. It was a last minute addition that I added both of these Tony Khan videos here to the show. One right before I uploaded the stream, and the other while I was on the air here. And or if you're listening to this in clip form, Time Cop. It's just like another day, but it's kind of like Wednesday live show. Kind of like the best movie I've ever seen. So here's Tony Khan Crange. If you guys are locked in, let's get into it. This is a segment within a segment called The Best Guy, and you guys all know how it goes.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
So here's Tony Khan looking over a cityscape here.
Hi, greetings from San Antonio.
From San Antonio. This is a private lounge. I had them build me this balcony so I could overlook the peasants eating their barbecue.
Texas. I'm here for AEW Wednesday Night Dynamite. It's great to be on live with you all. It's been a great week for AEW. We've had a great AEW Wrestle Dream pay-per-view. We had some incredible matches. I thought it was a great show this past weekend, and now we're back tonight for Wednesday Night Dynamite, and I cannot wait. I was just in New York at the NFL owners meetings. I flew all night to come to Texas for this show.
So you're spread too thin. If Vince was doing this, all the sickos, all the wackos, we'd all be like, dude, you're spread too fucking thin.
You are not booking good shit creatively because you're tired. You're not focused on one thing. Maybe you should take a break from everything and come back. Maybe you should just pick a couple things and focus on that. But he's always like, I was at the All-Star game, then I flew in for the draft, and I didn't get any sleep, and I came in for Dynamite. It's great.
I'm so excited. After a great pay-per-view weekend, it was such a hard-hitting night of fights. So many of the wrestlers went through so much. We have so many wrestlers who were beat up, yet it's amazing to me, and I think it's what makes wrestling such a great sport. Just days after these hard-hitting pay-per-view.
It's just the same. He's fucking tired as shit, droning on, should be sleeping right now. And he's just droning on. It's very exciting. Everything's very great. We had a great pay-per-view and a great whatever. Bro, the people watching this already know all this. They already think all this. They're your cult followers. And then us roasting it. Why are you allowing us to roast this? Just cut a fucking promo and get in and out. Just be a human. I am human. It's just like out of touch with regular people. That's how it feels. And he just seems like he hasn't slept and he's just powering through. I flew all night to get here to Texas. And he's just droning on. It's so exciting. It was also great. It was an awesome fight. And in this sport, he just says the same shit over and over and over and over and over again. This isn't working. This isn't selling anyone on the game. No one cares. What the fuck? This isn't anything we don't know.
Fights. We have a long line of wrestlers that want to fight again tonight. We've got wrestlers that are going to be going to the doctors to get cleared. Some of them may be medical marvels because after what they went through, frankly, it'll be amazing if they do get cleared to wrestle tonight. But I know there's going to be a lot of great fights. We have a huge unified championship.
And that's the problem too. We're watching Dynamite here, and Moxley is fighting people, and there's no he's just in a match, no repercussions, not beat up or banged up or selling his match. It's just Marina Shafir's out there, the Death Riders are out there, nothing's changed. Darby's win meant nothing, Hangman's win meant nothing. And he's like, there's a long line of wrestlers who want to wrestle, and I unfortunately have to go through this whole fucking line and try and fucking pick which ones can actually, I have to try and fit them all on the show. I'm not looking forward to it. That's how he sounds, too, while he's saying this shit.
Match tonight with the Rainmaker, Kazuchika Okada, defending the AEW Unified Championship, both the Continental title and the International title that Kazuchika Okada unified at AEW All in Texas, making history. Well, he's going to take on a man who's trying to make even more history tonight. One half of the AEW World Tag Team Champions and the Ring of Honor World Champion, Bandito. Bandito did something very special. He became the first man this year and one of the only men in the history of AEW to pin the Rainmaker in any kind of match. And if he can do it tonight in the championship match, Bandito will be the AEW Unified Champion. And then
and then the Unified title is just a dumbass idea. And it's just a horrible idea. And it consists of it two titles. Like, so it's the Unified title, which is two titles. You couldn't make belts mean any less on this fucking show. On the same Dynamite here, he has 12 belts, Monet, celebrating 12 belts. And then he has the tag champs pin two singles champs. And so the tag champ gets a shot at the singles champ, and then Joe's defending his trios championship. It's all just bullshit, man. Belts mean absolutely nothing. And they're introducing the brackets for the women's tag belts. So belts are just nothing. Why have all these fucking belts?
Effectively would be the new Triple Crown.
At least, even when it comes to like the IC belt in the women's division, like at least it means something.
World champion tonight. There's so much exciting action happening in AEW right now. I'm really excited for that match. Also, coming off of what happened at Wrestle Dream involving the AEW World Champion, Hangman Page, and 1/3 of the World Trios Champion, Samoa Joe. That is a very intense situation. We heard some strong words from the Hangman after the fight that were posted here on AEW's channels. Look out for more great action tonight. And speaking of the action and Samoa Joe and the World Trios champions, the Ops. They'll be defending the World Trios championship against a trio that came out winning a trilogy of great matches against the Demand.
And that's the thing with AEW too, and they're like, Hangman said this on our socials. It's like, okay, he like cut a promo that looked like it was kind of made for TV, but what, you guys just aren't airing it on TV? You don't have time for it? That's not how you do the social media thing. The social media thing is like how NXT does it, how WWE does their social media. That's perfect, because that's what all these sports leagues and shit do as well. You see a little in the locker room, maybe a little warm up, maybe a throwback, maybe a fucking backstage reaction, or like movies will do this shit too. You just post a picture that's like, what the fuck? Or you have like superstars reacting to this, or they linked up and did this dance with HBK. And it's not even like you got to do dances and shit, but just randomly they'll have, AEW superstar or wrestlers try Canadian snacks. And it's like, okay, why don't you have... We've seen these series come and go. Like Taya Valkyrie, remember, we watched the pilot of her fucking, like, my travel show for AEW socials. We watched it on the show. We watched it here at PWT a long time ago, and we critiqued it. And we were like, I don't know, this isn't that good. This isn't a good, like, travel show. You should have Harley Cameron hosting, like, here's me in every city we're in every week, or have, like, here are the wrestlers, here's Tony Khan's production meeting or whatever. But they don't have that shit, you know? It's ran like a fucking glorified indie. So when he's like, on our social media, Hangman did this thing, no one gives a fuck, because it's just presented like a segment you cut out of your TV show.
And became the #1 contenders to the World Trios title, and that is the Hurt Syndicate. This is one of those matches a lot of us have wanted to see in AEW for quite a while, and I'm very excited about the Hurt Syndicate challenging the Ops for the World Trios Championship tonight. And we're going to have so much great action. We'll have more matches to announce very soon. The wrestlers will be going through their medical exams here in the minutes to come. In the next few hours, we'll have a lot more action to announce. And it's all happening tonight. And in addition to all the great matches tonight, I'm very excited about revealing for the first time the bracket for the AEW Women's World Tag Team Championship. I'm excited about that, and I'm excited about crowning new Women's World Tag Team Champions very soon. And we'll take a look at the great teams and the great matches to come in that tournament tonight.
Well, my problem with this, and you guys know it, is so they have a fatal 4-way women's tag match. So it's 4 teams, 2 versus 2 versus 2 versus 2. The winners get to pick their opening opponents in the opening round of the tournament. So you're revealing the brackets, but then one of the teams gets to pick their opponents. And you're running through a whole division of tag teams. You're running through 4 tag teams in a match, and then you're going to run through them all in the tournament to crown champions. Why would you do that? Why would you bury everybody? Like, that's already just such a bad idea. I just don't understand why he wouldn't just have a tournament, or have... You guys have been the winningest team. Hey, we don't always use this is where your stats come in, Tony. Like, we don't always use records and shit, but hey, you girls have been, I don't know who, like Hart and Sky Blue, you guys are undefeated in 25. So you guys get to, kind of like the Punk thing. He's clearly the #1 contender. Okay, this battle royal is to face him for the world title at SNME. That works, because you're like, okay, Punk has had these key wins where he should be fucking world champion right now. He's fucked out of the title and shit already. So, yeah. But anyways, Tony doesn't get that. He's just tired. He's running on fumes. He's just popped a few Adderall, had a couple shots of espresso. It's trying to make it day by day, like all of us, folks.
Speaking of great champions, we have the TBS champion here on TBS tonight, Mercedes Moné. She's won championships all over the world. She had 3 hard-hitting matches in one weekend in 3 countries. And what she's done is very impressive, and she'll be here tonight in San Antonio to celebrate her 12 championship belts. And in addition to that celebration, revealing that bracket and those great matches we just talked about, there's a lot more great action to come, and it's all happening tonight. It'll be at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. here local in San Antonio, Texas.
Bro, you're live.
It's a
He's live. What the fuck?
beautiful, beautiful place. But we're about to go in the arena and make some great, great action, have a great night of fights. I can't wait to head over. I'm going to head to the arena right now. It's going to be a great night. Don't miss Wednesday Night Dynamite. After a great Wrestle Dream pay-per-view, you won't want to miss tonight's show. AEW's having an
It's great. It's great. It's great. It's great. Are you great? We're great.
awesome 2025. And I just wanted to jump on here and thank all of you for making it possible. Thanks to all of you great fans who've been
Great. You're great fans.
supporting AEW. And I hope to see you all tonight on the Superstation TBS or streaming on HBO Max. And it all kicks off tonight, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. And hopefully I'll see you all there. Thanks for joining me for this live. I always enjoy catching up with you, especially on the big
What
Wednesdays ahead
catching
of
up, bro? You just popped up, said shit that you tweeted out already, and that AEW's about to tweet out. You just said some shit and then dipped out, bro. There's no like, oh my god, and, like, where is he, on a fucking helipad? Like, what's going
the
on?
shows. Hope you all have a
I'm at a private restaurant.
great Wednesday, and I'll see you tonight.
Oh man.
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
So Tony Khan followed up with this live, okay? And he popped up much more wired. No sunglasses. Look at that. He's excited. Oh, buddy. Oh, shit. Look at Tony Khan here. Oh, shit, man. He's fucking
The best guy is
live
Tony Khan.
wired. Oh, my God, dude. He's risen from the fucking dead. Before he's like, oh yeah, he's Hughesy's impression. Oh yeah, it's great. And my dad, you know, oh, it's great. He's just real tired and jet lagged. Here he's like, oh, you know, it's time to get things done, right? Everything's great. It's magnificent. I'm the best guy. I'm the best guy. Say it again. Say it again, Tony. I'm the best guy. Right? So here's Tony right before Dynamite, right? He had a nap, he had a pick me up, and he's ready to fucking go for Dynamite. Let's take a watch.
Hey, everybody. It has been quite...
He's in the bathroom. He's in like a fucking shower. I just finished a shower. I'm actually getting my feet done by an Asian lady right now, and
Holy shit, dude.
he's like, I had to hide in a bathroom. Yeah, the bullies, they flipped my lunch train catering. I had to come sit in the bathroom to make this video, but I feared for my life. The Acclaimed were shoving each other, and a monitor got wobbled, and so I'm eating my lunch in here, but
Tony's such a cutie.
Hey, everybody. It has been quite a chaotic scene here tonight. It is just days after AEW Wrestle Dream on pay-per-view. We are moments away, just seconds away from going live on the Superstation TV.
Actually, seconds. And this video goes for 3 minutes. I better get out there, quick. Follow me.
Yes, and on HBO Max for AEW Wednesday Night Dynamite.
Minutes, seconds, it's all the same in Time Cop.
It's going to be a great show tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, after this I Quit match, you're going to hear from Darby Allin here live tonight. Darby Allin's in the building. Now, as disturbing as the I Quit match is, it was really, really a hard-hitting match.
I'm so glad that the promoter of the company goes, yeah, that fucking match was disturbing. Oh my god, right? So he just vindicated Raj and all these people who are like, that it's sicko shit. Oh, I mean, it was fucking disturbing, man. The fucking promoter of the company just said it.
What's unthinkable.
It was hard hitting, I mean. You know, like water when you jump from a certain height. You have to clench your asshole or it will shoot up your asshole into your guts. And you might rupture an anal cavity or something.
To me, is what I just heard. Jon Moxley, as I alluded to earlier today, Jon Moxley, he may be a medical marvel. After what happened at Wrestle Dream, after what happened...
He's a medical marvel.
No, he's not Wolverine.
He just no-sells everything, and it makes you guys all look like shit. And instead of telling him that, you all are just like, oh, it's like Wolverine from the X-Men. Am I right, guys?
In this I Quit match, it's unthinkable to me that Jon Moxley could get medically cleared to compete here tonight. Jon Moxley has been spending today in the doctor's office. He spent his day getting cleared. He wants to wrestle tonight. I announced that the Conglomeration and the Death Riders would be wrestling in a trios match. You got Mark Briscoe and Orange Cassidy teaming with the guest star Roderick Strong.
Yo, next week it's Friday Night Dynamite. Oh, Dynamite head-to-head with a fucking SmackDown. Oh my God, I can't wait for the Dave Meltzer fucking
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Oh my God, the IWC is going to get fucking... They're going to lose their shit over Fright Night Dynamite.
Against the Death Riders.
Head-to-head with SmackDown, hopefully. They'll wait till SmackDown's done, I bet.
Jon Moxley has made it known he wants a match here moments from now on
They'll
Dynamite.
just bow down.
I was thinking there's no way Jon Moxley's going to get cleared. After what he went through with Darby Allin and that.
See, like, okay, the people who are going to watch Dynamite are the people watching this, and maybe some like soccer, some like football or fans or whatever who are like, okay, is, you know, the owner of the fucking Jaguar, like, maybe I'll listen into this, looking for any scoops or slip-ups or whatever. But he's just promoting this to people who are going to watch it no matter what, dude. You could have Monet come out there and take a steaming shit on a fucking table and then rub it in Mina Shirakawa's face and then make out with her, and you would have people defending this shit online. You would have sickos literally like, oh no, it's like a meta, this is biblical, this goes beyond fucking cinema, man. You would have people doing that, man. So like, who is this video for other than for me, Phil Marks, to fucking roast
The best guys,
it?
Tony Khan.
And I better see likes on the video, subs, super chats. Let's get some memberships. We're fucking crushing Tony Khan here. Like, this was made for the PWT universe. It was made for loving you, baby. Run those fucking likes up. Or Jericho's coming in after to give his thoughts. But patreon.com/prowrestletimes. Those are my quick plugs, okay? Tony Khan, dude, is speaking this almost like into the void. Like, who is this for? And even you all, it's like a bunch of people listen to PWT, or like when the pay-per-views are on, I'll watch them and call the action and shit. And it's because you guys don't want to watch it or you don't want to waste the money on it. It's like, I watch it so you don't have to. Right? That's what a lot of the e-fapping business is, and the reaction YouTube grift is, right? As it's come to be known. So that's all well. But I think a lot of people have also been like, you know what? Phil Marks, I listen to PWT. Phil's watching these shows. I'm going to try AEW again. And I know people have done it. And then you end up falling off the train anyways. Or like, has your mind changed about AEW? Right? So the problem is that we've really narrowed it down to just the slim pickings of who's actually even watching this shit. And Tony's just hyping up this show for no reason in a bathroom stall. Fucking, he's probably sitting on a urinal, right? And yeah, dude, it's just like kind of depressing. I know we make fun of it, but it's getting depressing. It's like, fuck, really, dude? But whatever, TNA's outselling their pay-per-views, and that's what was going to happen. We all knew it was going to happen. So don't shoot the fucking messengers, man.
I Quit match. I thought there's no way they were going to say Jon Moxley could compete, but he's passed all the tests. And Jon Moxley wants a match. Given what's been going on with the Conglomeration and the Death Riders,
explaining this story,
I'm going to give Jon Moxley that match. It's gonna...
We knew you were, and explain this shit on the show. Like, why doesn't the show start where Moxley's like, no, I passed medical barely. Fuck out of my way, whatever. No, I ditched the crew. It's just me here tonight. Fucking, I want this match. Da 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 da. And then Tony's like, no, we can't clear you. Whatever. Then later in the show, Moxley's like backstage, and he like intimidates a doctor into clearing him. I'm just like spitballing shit. Some of this might be trash, right? We're just freestyling. most of the time the freestyles are better than, and then in the main event, he has a match against like fucking Joe again, where it's like, okay, he wants a shot at Hangman. He wants a rematch with Darby, but then Darby like in the final segment declines it or some shit. Like, make a story, make me go, okay, there's a beginning, a middle, and end to this. Even if it's just something quick, even if it's just like the or Seth with the Vision on Raw throughout the night. He's like, I don't need anyone, and then they turn on him. The Usos on last Raw, they're the through line throughout the show, and then Jey wins the fucking Battle Royal and gets a shot at Punk. And all these people disliked it. Okay, that's the dislikes are more fucking impressions, are more likes than Will Ospreay's CVV interview gets. So, like, who really cares? The algorithm don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? This WWE's algorithm's working, dude. Lots of people are watching it, and they didn't like it. And you're not supposed to like everything, and especially with Jey right now. And no one's defending it. Like, okay, am I clamoring to see Jey versus Punk? No, I'd have rather it been someone else. But like, who gives a shit, man? I'm trusting WWE's gonna tell this story. I'm trusting that fucking they're gonna bring me to the moment. Like, WWE's been hitting home runs more than they haven't been. Okay, so they get the benefit of the doubt of, okay, Jey versus Punk, so that Punk can finally get the world title on an SNME. Like, you got to think about it. It's SNME. Jay's kind of going back to the tag team thing. So instead of that, it's just Tony Khan hyping up Jon Moxley to a bunch of Jon Moxley fans and like guys who are looking for, like, maybe there's a Fulham update
tonight. After the crazy I Quit match, Jon Moxley has a lot of heart. He wants to compete tonight, and I think he's very upset about what happened at Wrestle Dream, and sounds like Jon Moxley has a lot to prove here tonight on Dynamite. So again, Jon Moxley, if you're just joining me here live, Jon Moxley has gone to the doctor.
Just joining me here live. Jon Moxley has just done this, and that. Could you imagine if right now in the show I go, if you're just joining me live, earlier in miscellaneous news, fucking Jasmine Nix explained OF to Danny Palmer or whatever. Like, could you imagine? That's what I started. Oh my God. He just doesn't get like how the internet, how it works, like how to fucking appeal to an audience online, which is like funny because it's primarily where his audience is online. But at the same time, it's not like they have a massive online presence.
Jon Moxley will wrestle Kyle O'Reilly one-on-one moments from now here on Wednesday Night Dynamite. And if you're not tuned into TBS, I suggest you flip it on right now. We're seconds away from getting...
And by the way, like 6,400 people watch this. So, or maybe it's going to go up more after I refresh the page or whatever. But at the time that I clicked on it, which was when Dynamite started, so like an hour ago, just last minute 6,000 sickos who are already sitting there in their fucking furry onesies, kicking their feet off the couch and getting ready to watch Dynamite anyways. But
started.
Doesn't matter.
Thank you all for watching.
Tell this story on the fucking show.
AEW Dynamite. Thanks to everyone who watched AEW Wrestle Dream. It was an incredible I Quit match. Again, we'll hear from...
Instead, it's fucking Moxley in front of a mirror cutting a promo, and he's like, literally submits that into the show. Oh, I was practicing this in front of the mirror. This is good enough, though. This take is good. You guys just use this one.
Darby Allin here live tonight after his huge win, making Jon Moxley submit to win the match. And Jon Moxley has gotten cleared. And Jon Moxley will compete one-on-one here tonight against Kyle O'Reilly. We've got Bandito versus Okada. We've got the Ops versus the Hurt Syndicate. Huge championship fights. We'll reveal the bracket for the women's tag title tournament and much more tonight on Wednesday Night Dynamite, just seconds from now. I'll see you soon. Tonight.
I'll see you soon. Tonight. That's what he does in his tweets too. He'll tag Wednesday Night Dynamite. Tonight. Tonight. He'll throw in the second tonight. I'll see you tonight. It's like, but you're saying seconds from now there's going to be a match. So why tonight now? It should be seconds from now, dude. It's like when in that one video I put in where he's like, thank you, AEW, and thank you, TikTok. And it's like, bro, you're thanking your own company and your own company's social media platform.
that you put the video up on. And then you 50-50 book this Okada Bandito shit where they just get wins over each other. Oh, it's just terrible, man. And that was the segment within a segment known as the best guys, Tony Khan. Where is it? Oh,
The best
man.
guys, Tony Khan.
And that was, ladies and gentlemen, Ichi Nisanda for AEW News. Oh, magnificent. So Takeshita and Okada are staring each other down. I'm into the Okada versus Takeshita thing, and the Callis family being sort of like there's infighting between them, NWO style. I don't hate on that. Oh, so that was the main event there. Damn, that fucking 2 hours flew by. And they're on their regular collision time, so let's see how good they do. Yeah, I don't know, man. Not the worst Dynamite ever. I won't lie, but I liked roasting Tony Khan way more. Wolverine DX for 10 says, for the Owen Hart, it is like a very specific call your shot cup from or Money in the Bank once a year, and when successfully used, you're the world champion. It's like keeping the briefcase after a failed cash-in. Well, I wonder, I know, but like, let's say next year, Wolverine DX, because I like what you're spitting here. I'm just really soaking it in before I fucking respond to this. So, and thank you very much. Everybody acknowledge Wolverine DX for the great contribution.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, so if the tournament comes up though, and let's say Monet still has all these belts and she's got like 15 belts or whatever, and let's say the tournament comes up again this year, and let's say someone else wins the Owen, is she no longer considered the Owen champion? Like, is that belt not valid now? Like, we'll know this is the new champion, or does it still count? Because you can't technically lose that title. You just win it and it's a title. So that's like a legacy title, I thought. Like the Dusty Rhodes Classic. Okay, you get a trophy. You're like the champion that year, you know? And then next year you're like in the tournament again, or maybe you're not. But like when, let's say the Florida Panthers, they're the defending Stanley Cup champions, and even if they make it to the finals, or if they get eliminated the year or like earlier in the playoffs, they're still the defending champions that year. And it's their job to like make it to the finals again, right? You're a champion. That's just my understanding of it. I don't fucking know, but either way, I'm okay with them counting it as a title. But as soon as they give someone else that title, Wolverine DX, I don't know if they can keep. I don't know if that counts anymore.
Sometimes in life you gotta be a hoe.
It gets nuanced, and we'll talk about it when it happens. Chris Wolski, Jaguar, Chris Wolski, I9 for 5, Australian. Jesus, it escalated for Tony in the last 24 hours. That's terrible fucking accent. With WBD sale and NBC cashing in on the NBA return, at this rate, he's gonna pay a lot for a new deal. Will they pay him? Is the idea behind it, Brian? Right? Like he gets paid for the TV deal. But yeah, all of this is coming to a head as we've been chronicling here. So stay locked. Thank you, everybody. Acknowledge Chris Wolski as well. Thank you very much for your contribution, mate. What time is it over there? You're the fucking morning time. You're listening to me cuss up a storm. But yeah, I mean WBD sale, NBC cashing in. You're not wrong. Like, apparently WBD turned down Paramount's second bid. I haven't seen updates since then. I was busy show prepping and doing other things. So I'm very curious to see what happens, or if there's any update on that. Chat will let me know. And thank you, Chris Wolski, for the super chat. I don't know what the likes are at, but thank you guys for all your support. Round of applause for the PWT universe for supporting PWT so well. And thank you so much. If you're over on X, consider coming over to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. And we have more news. We're going to get into this is a fun-filled show. I told you guys we were jam-packed tonight. I'm used to these 3-hour dynamites. What can I say? So I'm used to going long anyways. And we're going to get into some TNA news. We have a little bit of TNA news. We have some WWE news as well. And George says 85 likes. Okay, guys, I know at least 15 of you are withholding for Jericho. So doing a run-in here during WWE portion of the show, which seems like is going to be close. We're closer to that being reality than we are further away from it. Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, everyone hydrate. We're going to play a good old Canadian country road banjo for good old Canadian TNA promotion owned by good old Canadian billionaire boys, Anthem, over at Anthem there, TNA news. We got a lime soda water, okay? Imagine if Jericho used the original Youth Gone Wild as his theme in WWE. That'd be fucking amazing. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, hit a good old country road banjo kazooie for it's AEW news, man. So TNA Knockout Tag Team Champions, The Inspiration, are reportedly currently working without contracts. However, it is expected that they will sign an extension with TNA, and that's courtesy of Fightful Select, and they always have the TNA contract scoop. Some people clown that, but it's like now TNA is arguably the number 2 promotion as far as I still don't know if people care about like the little TNA tidbits of news and stuff, but hey, these segments have expanded because it's getting more popular again. So speaking of contract news, Mustafa Ali's TNA contract expires at the end of 2025. Matt Hardy on his talks his contract status with TNA, and he talks to John Alba, who's just he is what he is, man. We are who we are. But yeah, Matt Hardy talks about his contract status, his and Jeff's, because you know that they're parallel or identical. They're probably pretty similar, if I had to take a guess.
Sean Ross Sapp reported this past week that you guys are among several TNA contracts that are coming up this fall. Is there anything that you can comment on with that as far as what your status is?
Well, we may have re-signed already. Who knows?
10-year deal, right?
I don't know if I would say 10 years. I don't know if you can talk me into that unless you're giving me that Saudi Arabia money.
I saw Carlos.
I could 100% see the Saudis going, we want the Hardys. We want them for this Mania, if it's not, or even I could see WWE pulling it out at this Mania coming up, but in 27, I could totally see the Saudis being like, we want them in our Hall of Fame. Like, we love the Hardy Boys, you know? They love all the throwbacks.
So Silva on social media is like, yeah, we can't wait to have him for years to come. I was like, 15 years? What are we talking about here?
And they just want the big names. And people don't realize this. Jeff Hardy is like the Hardy Boys and Jeff Hardy. And I'm not trying to say Matt Hardy isn't, because he is, man. Like, you know, rappers have fucking made songs with his name in it and shit. I think, right? Didn't one of these rappers make one of those guys, Brian Cuervo, made a song called Matt Hardy, I think, right? Either way, that was really popular, like online and shit. Either way, Jeff Hardy, though, is like known. He's a guy that is fucking known. Like, if you say Jeff Hardy, casual people do know who that is
Or like if you were a wrestling fan, the Hardy Boys fucking ruled, and now that you're an adult, like you might not keep up with wrestling at all. But if someone said Jeff Hardy, you'd be like, oh yeah, that guy. Like everybody knew him. He kind of went viral too before viral. I mean, dude, I downloaded just the 10-second clip off of LimeWire of him getting speared off the ladder. Like that was a thing that people shared around, was like that clip before viral video and YouTube was like a thing, you know? So people know about Jeff Hardy and the Hardy Boys and shit. Now Dave Meltzer would be like, well, when they were on screen at the theater, nobody clapped or whatever the fuck, but whatever. Hardys, I could see the Saudis being like, not giving them money hand over fist, but like, we want the Hardys. They asked for Yokozuna for fuck's sake. And I know we've come a ways since then, like Turkey Al Sheiks actually pays attention to WWE and shit. But yeah, the Hardys are selling WWE merch. They're the NXT champs. They're clearly working with TNA and helping them get a TV deal while also working with WWE. The induction has to be right there. They were shown on pay-per-view sitting in the crowd. Their fucking final match at Bound for Glory was promoted on NXT and shit. And you got to think that they'll get like a last, maybe like a surprise Mania match or like one of these stand and deliver matches, Hall of Fame induction, the works. I could see them, if not this year, saving it for, which it seems like it would be this year. Like, why would you save it another year? The Hardys are already, you know, they weren't looking as rough as Devon out there. Not trying to shit on Devon, who we're about to talk about in a second, but he just came off hip surgery. He's out there bumping around like, bro, come on, going through tables and shit. Oh, dude, it was like tough to watch, but it was like an emotional moment and all that. But the Hardys, how much longer does Jeff have jumping off ladders and shit? I don't know, but I'd be cool with them getting the WWE induction this or next year, which they can do as TNA superstars as well. That makes zero difference. So Devon Dudley, speaking of his match, he suffered an injury seconds into his final match. Okay. So he said that they alter the landing. I don't know. They want me to disable ad blocker and all this shit. I'm not going to do it, but he got fucking hurt, which isn't hard to tell. Like Jeff Hardy landed on the back of his head on that fucking ladder as well. He hit the bottom rung. And Devon Dudley also talked about, and I put this in TNA news because the Dudleys just retired in TNA. It just seemed like the right thing to do, man. And so he discussed someone being racialist towards him, I believe, in WWE. And Machiavelli here says it doesn't take a genius to determine who is being called a racialist. Let's see here.
From the first day that we ever got together, that we ever experienced, or you ever experienced racism?
No, I didn't experience it when we were together because of the fact.
Is this on Devon's channel, by the way? Go and check out Devon's channel on YouTube and sub to that.
Fact that when we got together, we were in ECW. And in ECW, I did not experience it. I experienced it in WWE. You know, I experienced it with certain top officials who I don't really want to go and say any names because I feel
say names.
And Maven's there. Maven here. Of course, Maven's always here. Guys, run those likes up as well. And yeah, there's like 300 watching. If you're on X, just quickly click on the link and hit like and sub and fucking enjoy. The link's somewhere on YouTube, I promise. Or there's a QR code right there. But yeah, the Dudleys on Maven's channel or Maven and Bubba on Devon's channel. I don't know, but I like this combo.
Well, you know, I'm just gonna say it like this, you know, I didn't wear a 10-gallon hat or anything, but my point was, you know, when a person
Go Sooners.
Yeah, but when
my God, King, he just broke him in half. He just stooged me. What the fuck? They're like, you work for AEW now, dude. Jesus Christ, they just did Jim Ross dirty.
Person comes up to you and
oh my God, I got a screen grab. That's the fucking thumbnail, but run those likes up for Bubba's fucking reaction, man. Oh,
tells you that they don't like you because of the color of your skin. And you're sitting up there going, wow, really? When 1999, 2000, and you're still coming to me and saying crap like this? There were certain people in that organization in that time that felt that I should not have said anything, who had power to basically bury me if need be, just because I might have stood up for what I felt was right.
Yeah, that's all kinds of fucked up. And thankfully that's changed, man. So Kurt Angle had this to say about his time in TNA. And shout out the Dudleys. I put that in TNA news because they retired there officially. So boom, they're TNA legends, I guess, until we start seeing both Bubba and Devon pop up in WWE shit more and more. Or if Bubba's talking about LFG shit or stuff about WWE, I'll probably throw it over there. You guys get it. Ariel Helwani, though, talked to Kurt Angle. Okay? Who everybody wants to hear from, MMA fans. If you are an MMA fan, you should want to hear from Kurt Angle as much as you want to hear from any wrestling coach or any of these guys, right? But Kurt Angle said that he had a better career at TNA compared to WWE. I had better matches, and that's hard for me to say because I had some really great ones in WWE. When I left WWE, I was salivating at the mouth because I saw so much talent. I think I had a better career there. I mean, again, it's the argument when it comes to like AEW or these other feds or TNA or ROH, whatever. The WWE title and all that just means so much more. So was Kurt Angle just going beast mode, and did they find successes with Kurt Angle wrestling there and all this shit? Yeah, for sure. And he gave his all there, and he helped get eyeballs on so many people, and he was there through a couple different eras of TNA. And in his opinion, he's like, I had a better career with TNA, so you can't really argue that because it's him stating it. Now, just as a fan, as a Smark, as a Phil S. Marks, it's like, I just think, you know, the WWE title just usurps everything. Like, how many times did he hold that belt and the World Heavy? And he helped resurrect ECW in a weird way, right? Like, they used him as one of the WWE guys to kind of give ECW legitimacy when they resurrected it, right? Heyman always wanted Kurt Angle. Like, I know his fans were like, oh, Kurt Angle and Big Show with ECW, but it's like, those are the guys Heyman behind the scenes is, hey, give me those guys. If I could, I'd have booked my whole Fed around Big Show. He said that. So with Kurt, I mean, just his legacy in WWE and the way he rose to prominence so quickly, and his story of like how he just caught on. Dude, some of his dark matches are getting aired too. Like, he wrestled Owen Hart. He wrestled, I want to say Vic Grimes or someone. Like, just he was out there wrestling some of these guys. And the tapes are surfacing and shit. So that's really cool to see. But he just caught on so quickly. I just think that goes unmatched because it's such a unique career, even for Olympic guys, man. How many Olympic guys have come into fucking WWE? And how many had like got it the way he got it to that level and could have bangers with like Rey Mysterio to Chris Benoit to fucking, okay, Big Show to I'll wrestle ECW style, whatever the fuck. He had bangers with everyone. Him and HBK. Like, come on, dude. Him and Ray. When Ray comes up from under the ring, that fucking match. Holy shit. Like, he just had the SmackDown 6, the tag division, how they got that over. Then they got the US title over with those guys. And then they got the WWE title. There's the matches he had with Brock. Right? All of the matches he had with Austin and Rock and all of those guys. Like, Angle, that shit goes untouched, I think. It's so unique. But in his opinion, his career in TNA was way better.
Part of you, I wonder, was almost proud or more proud of your TNA run the WWE, because let's be honest, when you went there, I think there were some people who were starting.
Someone in chat said Kurt was peak TNA. Yeah, that's just it. Like, he peaked TNA because he was so fucking legend in it. But just stack it up legacy-wise against WWE, even though you were there longer and you held the world title and you did all this shit, I don't think it compares to your WWE run. That WWE run is like a one of one with Kurt. But it was self-destructive. He got over there, out of there, and he helped make TNA. And because Kurt's era with Joe, that was such a good era, dude. I mean, a lot of TNA. I mean, it's just most of the shows were, I don't know, whatever. That's another discussion. But like, there was an era, yeah, on the Pop Network, they weren't doing the best shit, but there was still guys like Drew and Lashley and Cody Rhodes coming through there trying to make it happen. And they were doing like Mike Bennett did some good shit in TNA. Like if you were looking,
Trying to write you
anyway.
off, who thought maybe
But Angle
you
was
had this
peak
nice
TNA.
run and that was it
Angle
for
was
you. And then,
peak
as you
TNA.
just said, you ended up lasting longer there than you did in WWE.
You know what? I had a better career too. I
Wow.
had better matches. And that's hard for me to say because I had some really great ones in WWE. But I came into my own. You know, you have to remember when you're a wrestler, a pro wrestler, you don't really come into your own until 6 or 7 years in the business. And that's right. That was right when I quit WWE and went to TNA. And I was having some knockdown, drag out matches with AJ Styles, Samoa Joe, Sting, Jeff Jarrett, you name it, Bobby Roode, James Storm. A lot of great talent. You know, Motor City Machine Guns. I wrestled those too. Jay Lethal. Just a lot of great talent down there that I got the opportunity to work with. And you know what? When I left WWE, I was salivating at the mouth because I saw so much talent in TNA that was untapped that I was like, I can't wait to get down there. And, you know, like I said before, I think I had a better career there. And so I do take pride in that. I do remember that we were doing like 2.2 million viewers a week on Spike TV.
That's fucking crazy. SmackDown don't even do that.
At one point in time, so we were getting up there. You know, we weren't getting close to WWE, but at least we were kind of competing at one point in time. But and once I went to TNA, I felt like a whole slew followed me. Kevin Nash, Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan, you name it, they were coming to TNA from WWE, and so we had a lot of good years with a lot of great talent, and I was just happy about my career in TNA.
And they were able to keep the roster cost lower than AEW. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA news. Let's get into some WWE news. We have some stuff to talk about over here. So let's see. Phil Marks, bookmarks. So WWE news. Yeah, we got a good chunk to get through here. So let's get into things. We'll come over here, brother. Let's see here. We just don't got audio there, so I'm just resharing it. So, chat, what are we saying? What say you? Chat me up, chat. I am really hoping TNA can start competing with NXT's numbers when they get their TV deal, like, you know, their recent one that's about to be announced. Missed it. Just have Fox. Jay Lethal was awesome. Yeah, and look at what A-Dub's done with him. 91 likes. Run those up. There are 9 people hate watching who can hit like, so George doesn't have a fucking aneurysm. We have 320 people watching on X and YouTube. YouTube.com/@ProWrestleTimes and @ProWrestleClips. And make sure you guys hit like and subscribe. Support PWT. I really appreciate it. Or super chat and become a member for 99 cents, and you can get access to my member Monday shows. And I do them every week, bonus shows. Yeah. And if I miss Monday, then I always do it during the week sometime. And those are always fun and loaded full of news as well. But speaking of news, man, we got a lot of WWE shit to get to. You guys ready? Strap in. I'm going to have to chug down some soda water. Okay, so. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week is my new podcast. It's a segment so nice it became its own show. Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific, on YouTube, live on YouTube, and then it goes up in audio form as well. So go and copy the link of the RSS feed, fucking post it into your search if you can't find it on whatever podcast player you use. I know that that's really a fucking that's convoluted and shit, but yeah, it's just trust me if you want to add it, or it's on Spotify for sure, and a bunch of other places. But just if you're on Apple, particularly, you just got to add it manually. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for WWE news. So WWE announced these 7 new dates for Raw and SmackDown, as well as 10 live events as part of their annual holiday tour. So we actually have a graphic for that. But, dude, they're going hard in the paint over Christmas. I thought it was Christmas and a happy new year. So December 5 in Austin, December 12 in Pennsylvania. I'm not going to read all these, but look at these live shows. So Boxing Day, they're in Baltimore. On the 27th, they're in Tampa. On the 27th, they're also in Pittsburgh. Okay, so they're doing fucking A and B shows here. On the 28th, they're in Jacksonville and they're in Rochester. And then Raw is in Orlando. And then the 30th, they're in Fort Myers, Florida. On the 30th, they're also in Detroit. And then on New Year's Day, they are in Syracuse, New York, and then SmackDown in Brooklyn. And then they're the 3rd, 4th. So like they get a little break for Christmas, but then into the new year, it's just full speed ahead. Doing fucking double shows and shit. So there you go. Beg your parents for a Christmas gift there, wackos. AJ Styles and Dragon Lee became the new tag champions to many people's chagrin there on this past Raw. Speaking of this past Raw, Triple H was sharing a behind the scenes look of himself at Crown Jewel, which isn't Raw at all, but Raw superstar Stephanie Vaquera, and him showing her how to, do her entrance and all that. And some people get triggered at Triple H for doing this shit.
I have ideas.
Even though he's just like producing the show he's in charge of.
Okay. I'm up and something like.
And I get it. Like Triple H can be a mark for himself and shit, but he's just doing what he's supposed. This is literally his job.
Like, my only concern right now is this is exactly what Penta does.
I think it's something more like.
Well, Penta was gonna do that, but
really?
yeah, it was his original idea. I killed it. Yeah, it's like it works better for you. Let's try one. Bang, start to come up. That's kind of cool. What do you think, Stewie? So, and just come up a little slower, right? So when you're down here and you hear the bang for the horns to come up, instead of just like standing straight up, you just gotta envision how slow those are going in your head. So bang. Do you want to hit the fire on her name?
I mean, he's so overly involved. Was her entrance has it not been fire as fuck when those horns go up and then she goes with it and then she puts the one and the fucking fireworks hit? Like her entrance is fire, dude. So I just think this is like, again, part of television. Like, yeah, you don't see Tony Khan running around doing this shit because he doesn't understand this, like what he's doing in this regard.
So it's a visual cue as opposed to a audio cue? You still hit the kabang, but like, you know what I mean? There's a
kabang
visual cue. Her name is the fire.
I mean, I love that. I think that entrance is amazing, and she's a fucking superstar, and she clearly listens, which is good. Speaking of superstars, if you are what you say you are, here was a moment for Shinsuke Nakamura getting big pops in Japan. They threw the streamers at him. So a great moment for him there. So that's good shit. But in other Shinsuke news, like we got a contract update. A lot of people are like, oh, Shinsuke could get cut. Is he even with the company? Da-da-da. There was a rumor he re-signed recently. I think he confirms that. And also there's rumors of Shinsuke might be working with New Japan after all. And I said this, man, that my prediction is this. New Japan won't outright be like, we're not working with AEW anymore. They're just going to be like, we're open to working with other companies, but we're open to, and then if WWE, let's say, sends a Shinsuke over to wrestle a Tanahashi, which is what I guess is legit being talked about. So Fightful Select says Shinsuke Nakamura was discussed internally as a potential option for Tanahashi's retirement match, but it's seen as a pipe dream. Okay, but what if it isn't? We've seen Jushin Liger come over. It might not be a pipe dream, but again, what did we see? They put the belt on Takeshita, which is an AEW guy. True. And Tanahashi-san loves his fucking connection with Tony Khan-san. According to him, this is what he said publicly. He loves the relationship
best guys,
there
Tony Khan,
with AEW and Nuge. But we've seen Chris Jericho's boat distance from AEW, and we saw New Japan say, we're doing our first show back in America in a while, and we are there. It's not versus AEW. It's just New Japan, the new beginning. And it's just New Japan. And yes, you have Takeshita, but what is Takeshita saying publicly? I have individual contracts with CMLL, New Japan, and AEW. I have 3 different contracts, and I can still do indies, right? And it's not that he's entirely disassociating with AEW, but perhaps, and this was always my prediction, that New Japan won't ever go like, well, we're done with AEW, but they'll say, hey, if we can get Shinsuke, that'd be awesome. And then that's when WWE might be able to go, okay, but you can't have any AEW guys on the show. And they go, okay. And they do that once in a while. Okay, but we have to have Takeshita. He's contracted to us, but he's our world champion right now. And if I'm AEW, I'm also encouraging that for Tanahashi-san to work with WWE, New Japan to work with WWE. I'm encouraging that. If that's a real partner, you want that. You want Nuge to do better in America, no? Takeshita's under also contract with you. If they make one exception for him, and maybe you're able to get a fucking Shinsuke over there, or like some of these names, you got Gabe Kidd calling out Orton. I'm not saying take it that far with Orton's back and all that, right? Like his appearances are few and far between, but who knows? Maybe like a Finn Balor thing or something, or when AJ let him go over there, so AEW doesn't fucking give him the opportunity for $1 billion or whatever. And yeah, that would just be my fantasy mark booking was New Japan won't entirely distance from AEW, but they'll be like, yeah, we're down to work with other companies. And if this is a pipe dream, but they're tossing around, yeah, we'll work with other companies. We'd love to work with Shinsuke in my final match. That's what Tanahashi's saying is a pipe dream. Well, then that's just confirming what I'm saying, that's an idea that's been floated in, at least in Tanahashi's mind. Damn, I'd love to wrestle him. He works for WWE, though. Is that possible? Do you think we could make that happen? I don't know, dude. Pick up the phone. I bet they'd let Shinsuke do it. But they would just say no AEW guys on this show, though. Just if we give you Shinsuke, and if they do that, that's well within, everything's up for negotiation, you know? But Shinsuke versus Hiroshi Tanahashi, here's an update from Fightful. They say Wrestle Kingdom has been discussed with New Japan, but is seen as a pipe dream. Those in New Japan feel that it is highly unlikely that WWE would allow the match to happen due to their relationship with AEW. Additionally, New Japan leadership are under the impression that Nakamura signed a new contract with WWE last year. That's sort of the rumors that float around, like he was re-signed. And then I think he confirms it here. Or if he doesn't confirm it, he just says that he isn't retiring anytime soon. So Shinsuke says that he still has aspirations of becoming the world heavyweight champion. And he says, luckily, I don't have many injuries, so it's not like I'm retiring anytime soon, but nothing lasts forever. If he told me I'd still be wrestling in 10 years, I'd have to question that. 5 years, maybe. No one knows what tomorrow brings, so I just have to do what I can now. That's what keeps me going, the belief that I can still do it. For me, it's the world heavyweight title. That's what I'm after. When you think about the things Japanese wrestlers, especially men, haven't yet broken through on in America, that's it. So true, dude. I don't know if it'll serve as proof of anything, but sometimes I wonder if I can do it. What happens then? I just want to leave. Well, we gave it to Yokozuna, pal. No, I just want to leave behind a path, a sense of hope for the next generation, Japanese and Asian wrestlers. So good for him, dude. Moving along here, Samantha Irvin shares that she still has 1 full year remaining on her non-compete clause following her exit from WWE 1 year ago today. She will be free from that clause in October 26. So why did they have a freeze on her for so long? What did she sign up for? Body Slam learned that Jacob Fatu is dealing with a non-wrestling related injury, and it's like a dental procedure or whatever the fuck. That's expected to keep him out of action for a very extended period, possibly well into 2026. So now there's rumors that he has like a dental injury. I'm inclined to believe that because they kayfabe kicked his teeth out on TV. So that would make sense to me why they did that. They're saying this could keep him out well into 26. I don't know about all that. That's fucking pretty crazy. But if it's true, man, I wish him a speedy recovery, and I hope that that he gets, just the rest and health, dude. He's been going hard. His style of wrestling's crazy for his size. Hopefully he can bounce back stronger. So SmackDown, we have ticket prices here. We'll circle back to that. But the World Heavyweight Championship, speaking of it, which Nakamura was eyeing up, here's Nate Diaz, who is in the house.
That's badass. Yeah, that's cool.
He stalked and slapped the shit out of Seth Rollins for that thing. Fuck yeah. Oh, that's sick, dude. 209, man. Nate Diaz is that dude. And same with his brother, Nick Diaz. But there's some other wrestlers snapped some flicks with him while they were there. So here's Dirty Dom with Nate Diaz doing the pose. Nate Diaz has his daughter there as well, doing her iconic pose, which went viral in like the MMA community and stuff like that. Speaking of their time in Japan, AJ Styles hugging Naomichi Marifuji from Noah as well. And that was his live event appearance in Japan there. And then Mike Johnson had this to say about Jacob Fatu. The word among talent at SmackDown last night was that Jacob Fatu is recovering from a dental procedure and was not yet cleared to wrestle. The hope is he will be back very soon. So which story do we believe? Whatever, doesn't matter. I believe the dental procedure. I'm going to believe PWI. This is why they kicked his teeth out in kayfabe on SmackDown. His teeth were laying on the ground. So that to me tells me that it has something to do with his teeth. He's going to come back with those Roman pearly fucking movie star whites, and that'll be the explanation of why he got his grill fixed. Yar me. So. WWE ID and Evolve star Jack Cartwheel will be challenging for the AAA World Cruiserweight Championship. Laredo Kid defends the title against Cartwheel, Lince Dorado, and Aerostar. Aerostar, Brian. So again, Glaze Meltzer, if he's not glazing that match to death, then he's a fucking fraud. Then they're just complete and utter frauds. So WWE refused to help Sir Mo pay for his life-saving kidney transplant before his death. Now, that's fucked up. I mean, that's fucked up. But again, was there a GoFundMe? It's really tragic when things like this happen, and like you can't put the blame on anyone. I'm just saying, like, they've shilled money over for people's rehabs to get their shit together, shit that the majority of people figure out on their, you drink a beer, it's fun once in a while, don't become a fucking raging alcoholic, right? Oh, you fucking smoke some weed, you fucking do some drugs once in a while, fucking, you're not, it doesn't, people become addicts and they're on the streets and all this shit. I'm not saying that happened over here, but when life, like, they've sent people to rehab for that, like a thing where it's like, well, that's about self-control. A kidney failure, I don't know how much of that is like self-control and bad health, and fuck, man, some of that shit could have been genetic for all I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but all I'm saying is, like, damn, dude, and I get it. They were paying for rehabs like back in the day. It was a different time. Like, drugs were killing the wrestlers and stuff. But in a day of nostalgia deals, fuck, man, how much, right? You count it up, like, what did he need, 30 grand or something? It's sad, man. R.I.P. Sir Mo. And they're making money hand over fist. So here's Nick Khan. He believes that WrestleMania in Saudi Arabia was the natural next step. Like, you're taking Saudi money, whatever. I'm not gonna fucking white knight against billionaires or whatever, I guess. But Joy Forum, just keeping it real, man. Come on. So this is courtesy of Joy Forum. It was a natural next step for us, Nick Khan says. In WWE, we realized a number of years ago that we can simply pipe American product out globally and hope to be a global product. You actually have to put boots on the ground. If you look at what we've done with the premium live events over the last few years, about half of those now take place outside of the U.S. We're in the 8th year of a long-term partnership with Turkey Al-Sheikh and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We're bringing Royal Rumble here at the end of January. It's the first time Rumble, which is our second or third biggest event. Yeah.
Jesus, man. Outside of the US or Canada, WrestleMania 27 will be here in April. We're excited. WWE had received a number of different offers from entities outside of the US. And to me, as I try to help lead the company, it's all about relationships. And it's about like the 10x money they'll fucking offer you, bud. Don't fucking beat around the bush. Poor Sir Mo, dude. Fuck. So, and like, you know, we look at these attendances. So SmackDown is going to do 10,000 people tonight, right? We just look at the numbers. They're fucking doing, sickos are melting down. They do like 10,000 people for SmackDown. They do, you know, they're doing 6,000 people, and some folks are like, oh, that's a flop and shit. So year over year, you look, it's like they did 7,900, 6,400, 10,100, 10,100 maintained. So the last few years, like wrestling's getting hot again. You look at the last few years of AEW, it's the opposite. So this is why, you know, we can't argue when it comes to like, okay, like WWE, they're selling all these tickets. They're overly expensive, but they're selling out everywhere. They can afford to do a 6K seater. That's not an L, you know, it can't be compared the same way AEW is, just like it can't be compared the same way TNA is and shit. But people try to do that. But anyways, though, you look at this 29,700 for Survivor Series. There wasn't even a match announced yet, I don't think. And then they said Floodline versus Wyatt 6 in the fucking War Games. So 30,000 tickets. Like that thing's selling the fuck out. That's going to be huge. Okay. We talked about people re-signing. Lillian Garcia just announced on her Instagram that she signed a brand new 2-year deal with WWE as of yesterday. Good for her. Speaking of contracts, actually, Nicolo Piccolo had this to say. He breaks down the fucking Andrade contract. Brad Becker here says the alleged contract that was leaked by Fightful had very specific wording in it that pertained to being fired and not outright released. If it was real, I can see it being legal because it was specifically talking termination with cause. Am I correct there? Nicolo Piccolo says the leaked clause had very specific wording. One tied the 1-year non-compete to situations where the wrestler was terminated for cause, aka for breach, not just released. This isn't a long thread here. That distinction matters. When a company fires you for cause, it's saying you're breach, which gives them a stronger legal basis to enforce surviving restrictions like a 1-year no-compete clause. If you're released without cause, that's the company ending the deal voluntarily. In that case, enforcing a long non-compete becomes shaky because they caused the separation. Exactly. And that's why they that's why Andrade, quote unquote, failed the fucking drug tests or the wellness policy. Why? Because then it's like, hey, he breached the contract and he knew what he signed. It's on him. So Nick is just weighing out both sides very intelligibly and just succinctly and to the point. The leak clause is actually drafted smartly. It limits the 1-year NCC to a 4-cause termination where the company can plausibly claim and need to protect its interests, but that doesn't make it bulletproof. A top-tier entertainment litigation team could still challenge whether the termination was truly for cause. The restriction is overbroad in scope or duration, or if it violates California or another state's worker mobility laws. WWE could have the clause and it could look all right on paper, but the facts of each termination in which state's law governs decides if it holds up. So yes, it's legally plausible, but it's still absolutely open to challenge depending on the jurisdiction. Just don't sue WWE. My opinion, don't sue them. Don't get Tony Khan wrapped up in mess with them. Just fucking go, okay, Tony, you pay me for this year, and Tony, do you want to go legal with this shit or do you want to pay me for a year? That's all you do, bro. Chill out. Just don't make it a mess. Because of this spot, Fallon Henley was injured. I mean, we already talked about it. It was confirmed, I guess, from Wrestling Observer that she was injured. So maybe not. Ilya Dragunov showed up on SmackDown and beat Sami Zayn in his open challenge. I did not see that coming. People said that Sami Zayn pushed for it, which obviously I believe it. Saturday night's main event. Well, that's John Cena's final match. Is that John Cena's final match in December? Yeah, so we'll circle back to that. But R-Truth
speaking to Nick Khan. He talked to the New York Post about his WWE release, and he just said that Nick Khan was basically the guy who talked him back into coming back to WWE when he got him on the phone, sort of convinced him. But speaking of taking things away and ripping up deals, and I don't know if that's where we were going with anything, but these signs got ripped up. WWE confiscated a Page Come Home fan sign. Now, what's going on here? Like, why is she not back in the Fed? And why? And then like Rey Mysterio's like, I'll get you, I promise I'll get you Del Rio back or whatever. I don't know, man. So they're ripping up signs here. They're ripping up ice signs on Dynamite over in AEW. They're ripping up Page signs here in WWE. Okay. So Natalya says that she only re-signed with WWE after they agreed to her book deal. Good for her, man. And here is Natalya spitballing who she thinks Cena's final 4 opponents should be, even though he's wrestling like, you got to think it's not going to be wrestle. It'll be an appearance before SNME, and then like an appearance before whatever his second last matches or whatever. Does he have one in November? Is he going to be in War Games? Do they do 2 War Games just with men? I don't know. What do you think, Lex? What do you think they'll do? How would you book it, Lex?
I don't know.
Me neither.
You got 4 appearances left with John Cena. Should John Cena win in his last match?
You're asking me these really hard questions today. So, knowing John Cena and the kind of person that he is, I think John would probably refuse to win. I think that he's ultimately about passing the torch. He's always about giving back to the business. He's one of those people that he wants to leave the business better than how he entered it. But I do think there is something to leaving on top, beating the house, and leaving with your head held high, and just leaving on such a high note. So I'm torn both ways, but I think if it was up to John, he would lose. He would lose, and he would pay it forward.
I'd love to see him win in his last match before saying goodbye.
If I was going to pick the last 4 matches, not in this order, I would go with Gunther. I would go with Miz. I would go with The Rock. And I know, again, this is a wild card. I would go with Dominic Mysterio.
Dominic is a great pick. They should put Dominic over everyone. They just put him over Miro. He should go over Cena. He could go over Jericho when they bring Jericho back too. Speaking of Cena's last match, though, WWE Saturday Night Main Event, 15,000. It's a stacked up show because John Cena's on it. It's his last ever match, and they're gonna stack it up. But 15,000 just based off of Cena's final match. It's set up for 16,000. They'll sell that out. They'll probably have to open more if they can hold it. And this November Saturday night's main event that I forgot even existed is also getting stacked up as well. Speaking of John Cena, WWE star Chelsea Green says she and Matt Cardona go on double dates with John Cena and his wife Shay every couple of months. And she's like, we go on double dates. He totally has my back. And if I just continue to touch base with him, I'll continue to get those little bits of information and advice that are so crucial when you're on this journey of trying to figure out what you want to do next. That was on Woman's World. And speaking of Chelsea Green, she was accused of, we'll go to that last. But Chelsea Green says she's dying to have babies. And this is the problem, dude. Is that unless these women are freezing their fucking eggs or having surrogates and shit, like the clock starts ticking, and some of these ladies get bit by the bug. And again, I called the Naomi thing a mile away. I was like, she's saying she's getting baby fever. Chelsea's saying it. I'm not saying her career is going to be done and over. She can't have kids and come back, but enjoy her as well. Enjoy some of these wrestlers. Cardona's in NXT. Will we ever get Zack Ryder Cardona back in WWE? I don't know, man, but he's in NXT right now. Fucking enjoy that shit. And it's not dog shit either. It's not like he's drowning people in fucking fish bowls. He saves it for the indies, right? So she says she's dying to have babies, but her and Cardona put plans for children on hold when she returned to WWE. You know, so at what point is she like, nah, we got to do it now? And they're healthy folks and they fucking take care of themselves. So hopefully they're all good, right? Like I wish them nothing but the best. But when women get that ish, it's like it's done, dude. You know, like you're fucking having kids. So here I am, 34. I'm dying for babies. My husband wants babies, but duty calls. I'm making money. I'm living my dream. But hey, you never know. In a couple months, if it happens, God willing, it happens. I'll just have to take my babies on the road with me. She'll figure it out. You know what I mean? These guys have money, so you got money, you'll be okay. Not all the time. You could still raise them fucking stupid, but as far as like comfort and security, like kids will play with, you'll buy them a billion toys and then you'll fucking open a granola bar in front of them and then they'll play with the wrapper instead of the million fucking toys. Like they just care about doing shit with their folks, you know? So I'm just saying, you guys will be, you have a pool? Okay, cool. It's summer all year round where you guys live in Florida or whatever. Sweet. Kid will have a blast. You guys will be fine. But Fairmont Hotels, speaking of fine. So Chelsea Green, who's quite the looker, and I mean, she's a pro wrestler. She's an entertainer. But she's like a very attractive woman. Okay. Everyone can agree on that. But that's the thing. When I see her, I think of like, oh, you would think she was a girl on like a fucking television show you don't watch. Oh, you're in some Netflix movie that I've never seen, or are you a social media, right? Like she has a look to her where she looks like a television star. Now an escort or a hookah mate. That's fucking crazy. So Fairmont Hotels is offering Chelsea Green a 2-night stay anywhere. They previously accused her of being an escort when she was celebrating WrestleMania there in 2024. Holy dude.
You what?
Moving along here. Speaking of deals and whatnot, Omos, aka the Giant Connoisseur, has released his own fragrance called Ibere in partnership with Zaharoff. I don't know if I said that right. Ibere. Ibere. Because that backwards accent is what like Monet and Sade put on, but that actually makes an eh sound, not an a sound. A is the accent goes the other way. So this would be like biere. I don't know. Zahara, maybe I'm saying it entirely wrong, but he has a new fragrance. And I guess he's like a cologne connoisseur. Right? We have a SmackDown 4K sold. This is on Halloween, 6K building. They'll sell it out. Speaking of selling out, Braun Breaker just sold out Seth Rollins, but a younger Braun Breaker was here at Kennesaw State football practice having a match in the locker room with a teammate. Let's check this wrestle. And so is the other Scott Steiner's son, right? They already talk about wrestling when they talk about him and shit. And whenever he's on like these football games and stuff, you see it get clipped, for instance. This is it right here. Speaking of which, here's Brock Steiner and his football story. Pardon me, her.
Brock Rexsteiner.
Well, he is wearing some pink. Okay, no.
His dad, WWE Hall of Famer, and Brock plans to join the family business after college.
He does. He has an NIL deal with the WWE. I mean, Big Papa Pump pumping some iron. It's impressive.
We're going to get the fucking Steiners 2.0. That's going to rule. So Bryce Donovan announces he will no longer be with WWE. I was going to say IWC. WWE ID or Evolve. He says, finale, I will no longer be with WWE ID or Evolved. Thanks for the good time, everyone. Learned a lot, especially from X-Pac, who's the best coach anyone could ask for. I'll let you know what's happening next when I decide, or maybe I won't. I don't know yet. Well, hopefully he finds his way. Again, these guys are young. Don't burn bridges. Just be profesh. Go wrestle on Collision, wrestle on the Indies, do your thing, wrestle in Ring of Honor, go to Japan, whatever the fuck you got to do. And, Try your hand at TNA, maybe. Just do what you got to do and get back there. You guys are all young. Speaking of .0s and all this shit from the segment before, did much better than I expected for last week's show from Perth. So this is Raw's rating. It aired live in the morning. The show scored 2.4 million views globally for the week per Netflix data, even with the prior week with 4.6 million hours viewed. It's down, whatever. It did good ratings. It's on streaming. Who gives a fuck how many people watched it live? Rhea Ripley broke her nose on the house show loop, according to Brian. According to Brian Alvarez. Her nose is busted. Can you believe that? So Braun Strowman, who we talked about earlier, addressed his social media exchange with Paul Heyman. And he's like, I keep getting this tweeting with Paul Heyman. I never even talked about Paul or acknowledged Paul. I don't know why he got so upset and came at me, especially because he gets to see my face every commercial break on SmackDown. Let's be for real. If anybody knows about me having a show about ordering everything on the menu, you think Paul would know. So just barbing back and forth. Who knows? Braun, again, is that I don't think that's burning bridges. I just think that's more... Fuck, man. He could get hired again by WWE one day. They were just paying him a shitload of money. And he couldn't really go. Now, what would they use him for? I don't know. I really don't know. Do they need a giant that bad? They have Omos, and Omos can like move around pretty well and shit. So the Bleacher Report talks about Truth and John Cena, and Truth says that both John Cena and R-Truth follow PWT, by the way. So they you Mark, you fucking Mark. So they recorded a song together years ago, which will never see the light of day. And he said, me and Cena did a song like years ago. He came to my house. We recorded it in my studio upstairs. It'll never see the light of day. But there is a song with me and Cena on it. I think it's just like not knowing what's in David Copperfield's hat. It's something that we just got. It was dope, bruh. Both verses. It was fire. It was called The Jump Off. It was dope, dog. So I would love to hear that one day. Cena had those songs with Wiz Khalifa for like WWE 2K25 or whatever. So Dave Meltzer, which we're going to talk about Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week, my new podcast live on YouTube. Dave Meltzer put out this story talking about how they hired AI for WWE. And it's like, everybody knows this. Everybody smart, if you studied and learned, Brian, you would know this. And this is why Dave is such a fucking clown. You know what I mean? Like, you play him a fucking flute over. But like, every company, especially big global fucking company and entertainment business, should keep up on AI. AI can do things like, okay, it can help with like stats. Tony Khan, he does stats, and it's like, okay, computer programs can like keep track of significant strikes, and yeah, you need someone to write. I don't want AI to replace people. It will never replace people in the arts. No one's going to watch AI wrestling. No one's going to watch movies written by AI and shit. They're just really not going to. Some people will, maybe. Those will be uber sickos. It won't replace people in that essence. But it's like you have to stay up on it, even if you agree with it or not. It's wise to at least be in the know of what it's capable of, and especially if you run a company. If you're just like a dude who's laying in the cut and your job is like, I go to an office every week, so I was like, okay, whatever. But when you're WWE, yeah, you need to. If you're a global entity, conglomerate fucking company, yeah, you should have an AI person, at least to just know what's going on, whether you guys are going to use AI or not. You should have like someone who's a master of it that can tell you guys where it's headed, what it's capable of, what people might try and do, predict trends. And maybe if you use it for analytics, then it can be helpful in that way, right? If they use it to, some people have pitched ideas like, well, here, let's read this. Fightful reported. This report blew up in Dave's face, by the way, and he tried to backtrack. We're going to fucking own Dave tomorrow on Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week. But the creative team for WWE is of the impression the new AI hire is being brought in to find ways to help use AI to remove background noise of shots. Now, what did I tell you guys go back on my show and find me saying this? One of you guys, I'm fucking telling you. I told you guys this was going to happen. I even said this.
It's just in from Phil Marks of PWT. He says, I told you so.
I was like, dude, they could use AI to, you know how they blur out the WWF logo? They could use AI to make them just look like WWE logos now and shit. Like AI can do crazy stuff, and it's not all bad. You know what I mean? Like some of it can be good for things like to remove background noise or shots of shots, or to organize files quickly. Boom. You know how much data, clips, top 10 drop kicks. How do they go through that? We had Marie Shadows on the show. That was her job. She would like organize and file shit for the network and everything. That's what AI can help you accomplish that, man. And that's not a bad thing. That's just better for like fan service and shit. We have Mark still crying about whoever runs the Wrestle Features account. Was like, oh, I got attacked just for saying I want content. Insane. No, dude, it's insane you feel attacked. This guy's like, we really need all of WWE's back catalog on Netflix. And then I just quote tweeted and was like, no, we really don't. Because not everybody's watching all this obscure shit. It's all online. You can find all of it online. No, and then it's like, oh, you're attacking me? No, I'm just voicing my opinion to your opinion because this is the voice opinion app. Like, what don't people understand? It's fucking crazy. But anyways, though, AI is not replacing the creative team. A top talent said Michael Hayes, Paul Heyman, and Ed Koskey are not AI and took exception to the belief that AI storylines were going to happen. So this story blew up in Dave Meltzer's fucking face. And not only that, dude, when Tony Khan admitted, he was like, dude, I've played around with AI booking. He said that flat out. Nobody said a goddamn thing about it. Nobody cared. But because WWE's like, oh, they're hiring someone to know. It's like fucking, hey, we're a company. What do? We stack boxes. Oh, we hired a guy who knows how to fucking use forklifts. What? How could you do that? Like, they're in the entertainment industry. They need to know how to do this shit. And like, they need to be at the forefront of it. You guys are just fucking, I can't believe. And Fightful, again, just taking the opportunity to snipe Meltzer, which I think is just so funny. So it's official. Rhodes versus Drew McIntyre for the undisputed title. Saturday night's main event on November 1st. Salt Lake City, Utah. And that will be a good one, man. I told you guys we're going to get more matches from those dudes. They're going to be throwing down more and more, a longer program. BJ Ray says he obviously had to have pissed somebody off in WWE. And yeah, dude, it's just your attitude. He's like, well, obviously I have pissed somebody off, man. LMAO, I would like to take this moment to address you guys. First and foremost, I have to give the glory to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who had given me this opportunity. Secondly, I would like to thank Hunter Sean and Matt Bloom. Basically, it's just an attitude problem. You know, people broke it down. The way he is on TV is the way he is in real life, and they just don't want to deal with that. It's not good for backstage morale and shit. Speaking of backstage morale, TJP was at the Performance Center this week as a guest coach. Now, he's an awesome guy that you want as a guest coach. There was also, we covered this on the show, like when Jeff Cobb came over and when he was exiting New Japan, TJP was kind of shooting on everybody and kind of burying Jeff Cobb before he came over. And Jeff Cobb, just his response was kind of cheeky, but was like, whatever, like, I'm doing my thing. Wasn't much of a response. And then, if I recall correctly, and then TJP now is like a guest coach, and I just hope there's no heat there. And yeah, TJP, get him on those fucking AAA shows too, or whatever. He's just a guy who could pop up. They got Shayna Baszler back there. It's good, man. You can still wrestle indies and for New Japan and work behind the fucking scenes in WWE. I think his deal's up with New Japan, but Money in the Bank 26 will now take place 1 week later than originally announced on Sunday, September 6th. So there you fucking go in New Orleans. R-Truth, who's been in the news here a few times, he responds to criticism of WWE dropping the Ron Killings character. And he's like, it went where it was supposed to. Ron Killings created R-Truth. Those hundreds of millions of fans who spoke up and roared, they wanted R-Truth back. Exactly. That's exactly it. You all wanted truth. Truth came back, and they kept truth as truth was. People were shaming WWE for using truth a week before he gets released. They bring him back. They give him these moments. Realistically, losing to Cena in your retirement match on that stage on his farewell tour and then retiring yourself,
That would have been one of the most gangsterist ways to ever go out of pro wrestling. Ron Cena's obviously not going to Ron Cena. He's obviously not going to turn down the chance to work and get more money, right? But luckily Nick Khan called him back, and Truth gets it. You know, he's just like, Killings has been around for years. People never come together in lockstep like that. They did that for our Truth. You feel me? He made a statement and he had eyes on him when Cena came back. Truth came back. Killings was the cavalry. Yeah, I mean, it just kind of makes sense, like the way his character's been standing Cena for years, and then when Cena switched back, that's when Truth goes back. It like in a baby, yeah, is that childish and kind of, well, that's what Cena is. He was the guy saluting, and he's the face that runs the place. Big match John, the fucking super Cena, you know, baby face through and through, never heel turned. So yeah, it kind of makes sense for Truth's like to switch back when Cena did, and he just lets go of all that shit and sort of goes back into his delusion of like, isn't everything great? My big brother Cena. Like, it kind of makes sense in a wacky, it's pro wrestling way. And I mean, yeah. And does WWE get that pass? Yeah, because he didn't try to like drown him in a fishbowl after. People have to face and heel turn. Statlander's faced and heel turned in AEW with zero explanation. So at least R-Truth gets it, and we are provided some sort of explanation of it on the show. Speaking of on the show, bro, we talked about John C. Bro, Vince Russo invented thugonomics in wrestling, bro. John Cena is unhappy with Let me tell you, when I stepped foot past the guardrail in Madison Square Garden, I said, John Cena's camp has already, bro, I'm telling you, he's already had talks with Tony Khan, that fucking Mark, and All Elite Wrestling, bro. I swear it. So again, Vince Russo, he has an uncanny conspiracy theory here that definitely. And Vince Russo tells Dr. Chris this.
Well, bro, I got to tell you, I'm hearing rumors.
Okay.
He heard zero rumors. There's not one rumor.
I'm hearing rumors that John Cena is very unhappy.
Okay.
He's
very unhappy. Holy shit, man.
He does not like the way this retirement thing has gone down.
No, Vince Russo, you don't like how this retirement thing
It is not to his liking. He is not satisfied with it. He is very disappointing. And I heard there has actually been contact between a John Cena camp and an AEW camp.
Stupid idiot!
Liar! Tell us what you know, you goddamn liar! Liar! I mean, I'm just at a loss for words. That is such an insane thing to make up.
Whoa.
With that, well,
oh, that's such a fucking crazy thing to just say. Oh my God. Speaking of crazy things to say, this guy asked Steve Austin, what about when his podcast is coming? And he's like, give me a couple weeks, kid. So is Broken Skull Sessions coming back under the Fanatics banner? That would be awesome. That I think is like the best, one of the best pro wrestling, just old pro wrestlers talking about wrestling while doing a few shots. Like I know Cody Rhodes is doing that, but I think Stone Cold was doing that first. So the video of Jey Uso winning the Battle Royal on Raw currently has over 66,000 plus dislikes on WWE's YouTube channel. And it's the most disliked WWE video of the year so far. Now, here's the thing, man. I totally trust WWE to deliver a good storyline here is the problem. So fans are just saying they dislike a thing. Good for them. Are they going to tune out? No, it doesn't matter. Like they are locked in. Okay, Punk's going to win the title. All these it's going to be one of WWE's most liked videos, him crying and his wife coming out. And this fucking moment, and we've waited years.
he's going to talk into the camera, the real world champion. And everyone's going to be like, oh, AEW. Like, we're going to get all this shit, all this juice to squeeze out of him beating Jey for the title. Or who knows, though? Maybe the Usos fully heel turn and beat the shit out of Punk and then Jey gets it. Damn, now we're talking nuclear heat. But again, that's all heat on the Usos. Then you want to see them lose, and you want to see them lose the world title. Or if we get this moment, everybody who disliked this are going to like the clip of CM Punk crying with Larry in the ring. Oh, I fucking won the belt and shit, So it's just fickle fans. Enjoy the show. Stop being triggered pussies. That's what I say. Money in the Bank, we talked about that. They changed their date. Blake Monroe was asked if she wanted to go to NXT instead of the main roster, Raw or SmackDown, speaking of Raw. And she says, NXT's got the highest viewership of any show I've been on. Oh, shit.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Wowza. And I think, which is the truth too, which is why it triggers people. And I think you have to consider as well, WWE is so huge, the amount of TV equity that Bianca Belair, Rhea Ripley, Charlotte Flair, they have millions of followers, all this TV equity. I know I can go toe to toe with them, but I feel like, why wouldn't I go to NXT? Exactly. She gets it. Shadow Mariah May, Blake Monroe. So, speaking of Raw, per bodyslam.net, Netflix is reportedly in the process of rolling out ads for WWE programming. And it's so funny, per bodyslam.net. No, it's not. It's like fucking, we're all talking about it here on PWT every week. I'm talking about, dude, they're rolling out the Netflix ads, So it's not just in the USA. Several international markets have already started getting ad breaks during WWE shows. And it's like per Body Slam. Per fucking Canada, buddy. The fuck? So WWE reportedly has a contract with a writer, with an AI writer. Again, this is Dave Meltzer. We're going to make fun of this. We fucking covered this earlier, but he says, like, the feeling is that once the bugs are worked out, the AI will have a major impact on storytelling direction. Dave Meltzer is completely fucking lying.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Learn, baby, learn. Meltzer Inferno.
And Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be roasting tomorrow. Time Cop. We're roasting Dave Meltzer at Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week. But this is what I've called Dave out for infinite times. He gets he hears like a tidbit of news. Okay, this is what's real. They're getting an AI guy. And then he adds, oh, AI, it must be for writing because that's what I would do, or that's what I do, or we've tried that, or Tony Khan's played with that ahead of the curve. And then he goes doom and gloom. He just adds all this extra. Well, the idea behind it is, Brian, is that if they can work out the kinks, it can write the whole show. He just adds all this like Ready Player One fantasy bullshit, extra shit. And then Fightful comes and just snipes him and goes, dude, no, that's to like do stats and analytics and help with their old footage, which I called before anyone. Again, dude, Phil, don't fucking miss. Phil hits the marks, as someone in one of the comments said, which I love that one. But, they're going to use it for anything. They're using it to make that El Grande footage and stuff, right? Okay, so they're already playing with it. They're going to use it to like, there's so much blood in this match. Maybe we don't want to just make it black and white. And on this platform, they don't like blood, so we'll like CG some of it out or whatever. I'm sure it's working with things like that. Or like to enhance visuals, like AI image enhancer and enhance audio. It'll be that before anything else. Before it's writing the stories. Like, people can still come up with ideas, and AI stories will be soulless and fucking stupid. Okay? You need like human ideas. To organize thoughts, or like, okay, here's, it'll just pull statistics out. It'll help organize files, like they were saying. That makes the most sense. Dave just doom and gloom all the time, doing anything he can to shit on WWE. But meanwhile, if AEW were in their shoes, he'd be fucking glazing it. And this is according to Thirsty Thurston here. Data confirms with WWE prices have roughly doubled since TKO merger. In terms of real dollars, a WWE ticket that used to cost about $60 per TKO is now about $120. But average attendance has yet to suffer. It's actually up.
And so the attendance is way up. Look at that fucking chart, dude. Boom, adjusted for inflation. Boom. So the tickets are more and they're selling more. The attendance is more. That's how you know it's hot. I don't care about max numbers that no one flaunts. Speaking of Cena versus The Rock, ESPN does a deep cut graphic for the Cavs versus Knicks game tonight, and it was made in the style of course, the opening week, and it was the WrestleMania once in a lifetime. Like, again, dude, that's mainstream. That's the mainstream appeal of W. That's like a deep cut. Like, if you're not a wrestling fan, you wouldn't even know what they were referring to in that fucking poster, but it rules, you know? So WWE boss go Triple H here, and this according to Dave. So again, a little taste of fucking
This
Dave
just
Meltzer
in, we have
melting
confirmed that Dave Meltzer fears PWT and flutes.
And he says those at the top in WWE, and he's just completely lying here. But again, this is just Triple H's, just the doom and gloom. We've been chronicling it here, and how Triple H sucks, and he's paying to. He wants to be Dana White. He has Dana White envy, and he wants to be political, and he's missing shows. And then that gets debunked, and then he's like, they're using AI. He doesn't even have idea. That gets debunked. And so Dave says this, which I'm sure will get debunked too. He goes, those at the top in WWE have bragged that the White House itself took their own storyline inspiration from WWE talent. During the height of the Epstein Files scandal, a White House press office official texted a major WWE official, and people in the company, Brian, actually were told by Levesque that, except Heyman's promo on Lesnar's return, where he said Muhammad was criticized, Jesus was criticized, except FDR was criticized. It's like, these guys just, hitch a Sarah. Brock Lesnar was criticized. He was said to be a part of the inspiration for the response that the party made. So Trump's like, I loved Raw. It was incredible. I'm stealing that line. I loved it. What could I like? Come on, man. It's fucking just so ridiculous. Dave just on the he's CNNing, he's Fox News doom and glooming the IWC and pro wrestling news right now, and WWE in general. And why? It's because he's sweating bullets about the TNA TV deal, all the WBD shit that he doesn't understand. He's reading all the shit Niccolo Piccolo's posting, and instead of being like, thank you for the come on my show, he's just like,
oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
And so here we go. The one thing I think one of the greatest things I've ever seen every Wednesday, which is also Rusev Day, just so happens, but it's Ren's Day and we're just back to normal. Okay, those Thursdays really threw me off. And also like what was it, Ken's Day or Ren's Dole or whatever the fuck they were calling. I don't know, dude. Enough. Just a good old fashioned Ren's Day pyramid fucking ranking system here. That this is my favorite bit. Everybody's favorite bit here on this Ren's Day. 2's in the chat for Ren Sinclair. And here we go. It's a happy Ren's Day. I hope you all enjoy.
Hey guys, happy Ren's Day. So today we are doing a long overdue Ren's Day rankings. And I know I heard you last time. Ren, you can't put yourself on there 4 times. I got it, okay? So let's just go ahead and get started. So on the bottom of the pyramid, we have the inspiration. They bullied me. They were like vultures. But also, technically, they didn't get me out. So
replace it. So I mean, she always finds a way to like make this bit work. And so she replaces them.
I got my cell phone. So, Ren Sinclair. Which leads me to my next one, which is the post. Yeah, I know someone oiled it up. It was probably the inspiration. I just can't prove it yet. But I will. Next we have Charles. He left me an extremely rude message. But honestly, I am the one who told him to watch. And I did fall off on my own. So I guess Ren Sinclair. Okay, next on the second tier we have
she's an honest gal, this Ren Sinclair.
Carmen. During that TNA NXT battle, she was killing it for me. She had my back. It was insane. But also, I did ask for help We were whipping butt together. So, Ren Sinclair. Next, we have Ren Sinclair. Oh my.
Yeah, just straight up. Well, we know that the last one is going to be Ren. But see, she swerved us. She did 2 swerves. She replaced some of them with herself. And then she fucking just is number 2. So I'm going to guess that for the first time ever, she's not number 1, or that ruins the bit, right?
I was doing like such great teamwork there. And also I gave the team NXT tips, and I was being a really great leader lately. And honestly, I've been trying my best lately. So Ren Sinclair. And on the top of the pyramid, I'm sure y'all can already guess who it is. Kendall. She won the...
No. I mean, good for Kendall for winning the Evolve title, but I'm a Rensdayer. It's the Rensday Night Wars. You guys can be Thursgrayers if you'd like. We'll chronicle Thursgray, but right now we're gonna do a poll next show, next Wednesday. Are you Rensday or are you Thursgray, dude? What set you repping? Because come on now, Ren.
Evolve Championship, she actually threw out the inspiration on her own.
Look, I'm not going to stand here and let you push around Ren.
If we have to go with logic, I mean, I kind of...
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Was the one who brought her into the NQCC, the Red QCC. And you can't argue with logic.
Exactly. There you go.
Ren Sinclair.
Ren Sinclair. Absolutely phenomenal, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for Ren Sinclair, and round of applause for you all. That was WWE News. Yeah, fuck you Thursgrayers, dude. I'm 100% Rensday through and through. You know what I'm saying, dude? So is Hulk Hogan. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for being here. We've been live for just over 4 hours and 30 minutes. I think we got a lot of great content tonight. We'll do a sicko segment on It's Nothing Pressing. So we'll do a sicko segment on Saturday for Sicko Saturday. Don't forget, guys, we'll be watching NXT Halloween Havoc as well. And don't forget, guys, Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week tomorrow, Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. And I am very excited for that. That's going to be a great one. We had a little daddy magic taste. Like, we can't help but roast Dave. It's not like we just stopped roasting Dave on this show, but it's the segment so nice it turned into its own goddamn show, folks. Make sure you guys tune in. I had an amazing time tonight. Thank you all so much. Round of applause to the PWT universe for being the best goddamn audience in the land. Hit like, hit subscribe, and check out my Patreon, okay? And I'm uploading more. I'm going to finish Tough Enough here. I'm going to get a new one of those uploaded. And yeah, I just appreciate you guys, man. Hit like, subscribe. We're at 7,200 subs. I think we're like a few away from that. So even if you're hate watching, just sub to the shit. I know you're watching. Appreciate all of you. God bless you. And until next time, we'll see you in the Upside Down. Peace.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling has always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and
security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many of us have stood where we stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand, we won't fall. We're 1 and 1 for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yeah.
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.